Welcome back. Settle in, ease your mind, and let your thoughts drift toward a small, rugged island in the Ionian Sea. Ithaca is not the kind of place that shows off. It does not have the wide, soft fields of a rich mainland plain or the endless straight roads of a great city. It is rocky. It rises in folds and ridges. The coastline is broken into coves and narrow inlets where boats can be pulled up and hidden from the wind. Goats pick their careful way along slopes that look too steep for anything with 4 legs, and olive trees cling to the earth as if they've learned, over generations, how to survive on stubbornness. If you were standing there at dawn, you might hear the sea before you saw it, a low, steady hush against stone. A few gulls calling, the kind of sound that feels far away, even when it's close. The air would carry salt and maybe smoke from a cooking fire, thin and gray, rising from a cluster of homes built close together for shelter. This island has a king, or at least it's supposed to. Odysseus, son of Laertes, is the ruler of Ithaca. In the old stories told around hearth fires, he is quick-minded, hard to fool, and hard to kill. He is the man who went to Troy with the other Achaean leaders, not because he wanted to chase glory, but because oaths and alliances can drag even a reluctant man out to sea. He left Ithaca when his son was still so small that memory had barely formed. And now, years later, people whisper a number under their breath as if it's a spell: 20, 10 years of war, 10 more years of wandering. Whether you treat those years as exact accounting or the rounded weight of a long absence, the truth in Ithaca feels the same. The king has been gone long enough for children to grow into adults, for old men to stoop, for roofs to sag, for rumors to harden into opinions. In the center of Ithaca stands Odysseus's home. It is not a palace of glittering marble the way later generations might imagine palaces. Think, instead of thick stone walls that hold coolness during the day and warmth at night, think of a great hall with sturdy beams overhead, darkened in places by years of smoke from the hearth. Think of storerooms for grain and wine and pens for animals, and a courtyard where the daily work of a household happens: water carried, firewood stacked, wool cleaned, bread kneaded. A house like that is more than a building. It is a small kingdom. And right now, it is being eaten from the inside. The first thing you might notice, if you were invited into that hall on an ordinary day, is that it is not quiet. There is laughter, too loud. There are voices, too many. There is the heavy, careless sound of men moving through a space that does not belong to them, as if the floorboards are theirs to command. These are the suitors. 108 of them, so the poem tells us, young men who have come from nearby places, not from the ends of the earth, but from islands and communities close enough that their boats can make the trip without turning it into an expedition. Some are from Dulichium, some from Same, some from Zacynthus, and some are Ithacans themselves. They crowd Odysseus's hall with the confidence of people who think waiting has worn down the rules. They eat his food. They drink his wine. They slaughter his livestock. They call it courtship, as if that word can make their appetites seem polite. And their goal is simple: they want Penelope. Penelope is Odysseus's wife, Queen of Ithaca. But in the absence of her husband, her title becomes a target. In their minds, marrying her would not only give them a woman, it would give them a throne, an estate, a claim. It would make them the man who sits where Odysseus once sat. They do not speak of Odysseus kindly. Some say he is dead. Some say he must be. Others leave the question open, because an open question is a useful thing. If a man might be dead, you can treat his belongings as if they are already unclaimed. The suitors press Penelope to choose, day after day, month after month. And the pressure is not gentle. It is the pressure of men who have decided that a woman's patience is a resource to be mined, and that her refusal is merely a delay. In a world where hospitality is sacred, their behavior is not just rude, it is a violation. The Greeks had a word for this bond between host and guest, xenia. It is not a casual courtesy. It is a ritualized relationship guarded by Zeus himself in the role of Zeus Xenios, the protector of strangers and guests. The rules are simple enough to remember. The host offers shelter, food, and safety. The guest shows respect, restraint, and gratitude. Gifts might be exchanged to seal goodwill. Names might be asked after a meal, not before, because a person's immediate need matters. The suitors twist those rules until they snap. They are not guests passing through. They are not travelers in need. They have become squatters in the house of a man who is not there to throw them out. They consume without giving. They demand without earning. They treat Odysseus's home as if it were a public tavern built for their entertainment. And at the center of all this, Penelope holds herself upright. If you imagine her moving through the palace, do not picture someone constantly weeping in a corner. She has grief, yes. She has fear, yes. But she also has the kind of controlled intelligence that can survive in a room full of predators. She is careful. She measures words. She chooses silence when silence is safer. When she speaks, she does not waste it. Her mind is one of her best weapons. And one of the most famous examples of that mind is the loom. Penelope tells the suitor she will choose a husband when she finishes a particular task, weaving a burial shroud for Laertes, Odysseus's aging father. A shroud is a cloth meant for the dead, and the promise carries a kind of seriousness that makes it harder to laugh off. It sounds like duty. It sounds like respect. So the suitors wait. During the day, Penelope weaves. During the night, she undoes the work. Thread by thread, she unpicks what she has made, and the cloth returns to its earlier state, as if time can be reversed if you have the patience to pull the world apart. For a while, the trick works. It buys her time, which is sometimes the only currency that matters. But even the best tricks can be betrayed. A secret kept in a crowded house is a secret that has to survive the whispers of servants, the spying eyes of men who think everything in the house should belong to them, and the fatigue of holding a lie for too long. Still, the loom tells you something important about Penelope. She is not passive. She is strategic. She knows she is being hunted, and she refuses to make it easy. In the hall, the suitors laugh and boast and toss bones to the dogs. They play games. They sharpen their little rivalries against each other. They compete for Penelope's attention, as if attention were a prize that can be won by shouting the loudest. Two names begin to stand out even among a crowd that big. Antinous, Eurymachus. Antinous is often the sharp edge, the one who pushes, the one who speaks with the confidence of someone who expects his words to become reality. Eurymachus is smoother, a man who can wrap cruelty in charm when it serves him, a man who can talk as if he is reasonable while planning what is not. They are not the only leaders, but they are the ones whose attitudes set the tone. Around them are other men, some foolish, some less vicious, some who go along because going along is easier than standing alone. And then there is the music, because even parasites enjoy a soundtrack. In Odysseus's hall there is a bard named Phemius. He is an Ithacan singer, trained in the art of story and song, the kind of person who carries history in his memory, because books are not how these stories live. Phemius plays the lyre. He sings because he is told to sing. This matters. The poem makes it clear that he performs unwillingly under the suitor's pressure. In a house like this, refusal can be dangerous, and so he sings what they demand, and his voice becomes another thing they consume. One of the songs he sings is about the return from Troy, and you can imagine what that would do to Penelope. A song about homecomings, sung in her own home, while her husband's absence is the reason strangers sit at his tables. It would be like hearing the sea describe a shipwreck while you wait on the shore. Penelope hears it, and it hurts. Because songs are not just entertainment here, They are reminders, they are public memory. They take private longing and make it echo in the open air. So Penelope withdraws, and the suitors keep feasting. That is how it feels in Ithaca, private sorrow, public noise. Now, if you look away from the suitors for a moment, you'll see the other inhabitants of the house, the people who have kept it running through all these years, the ones whose names matter because they are the living spine of the household. There is Euryclea. She is old now, but not fragile in spirit. She has been in this family since Odysseus was a child. Laertes purchased her long ago, and she became more than a servant in the way older households sometimes allowed. A woman who raised children, who knew the rhythms of the home, who carried loyalty like a habit. Euryclea nursed Odysseus. Later, she nursed Telemachus. She knows where the stores are kept. She knows which jars are full and which are empty. She knows which servants have steady hands and which ones drift toward trouble. In a household under siege, that kind of knowledge is power. And Euryclea uses it quietly, not with speeches, but with careful work. Then there is the web of other servants, men and women, with their own choices to make. Because not every servant remains loyal. Some are frightened. Some are tempted. Some decide it is safer to attach themselves to the suitors, because the suitors look like the future. And in that choice, you can feel the cruelty of Odysseus's absence. It does not only leave a wife and son vulnerable, it turns the entire household into a moral test. Outside the palace, still part of Odysseus's world, are other figures we will meet more closely later, like Eumaeus the swineherd and Philoetius the cowherd, men whose loyalty will matter. But for now, it is enough to know that Odysseus's estate stretches beyond the hall, into farms, pens, and pasture lands, and all of it is being drained to feed these men who treat abundance like proof they deserve it. And then there is Telemachus, Odysseus's son. At the opening of the story, Telemachus is no longer a child. He is a young man, old enough to speak in public, old enough to feel shame, old enough to imagine what it means to be the man of the house. But he has never been taught how. He has grown up in the shadow of an absent father whose reputation is too large for any son to wear comfortably. He has watched his mother endure. He has watched strangers consume what should have been his inheritance. And he has learned a hard lesson early. Being the rightful heir does not automatically give you the strength to enforce your rights. Telemachus sits in the hall while the suitors feast, and inside him there is a storm that has no safe place to break. He feels anger. He feels helplessness. He feels something like humiliation, because he can see how others see him, young, uncertain, untested. Sometimes, in the poem, it is as if Telemachus is watching his own life from a distance, wondering when he is supposed to step forward and become the person everyone expects him to be. And the suitors sense this. They treat his uncertainty like an invitation. They laugh at him. They talk over him. They treat his home as a stage where they can perform their own dominance. Worse than that, they begin to consider something darker. Because the longer Odysseus stays gone, the more Telemachus becomes an obstacle. A living obstacle. As long as he is alive, the claim of Odysseus's bloodline is not fully erased. And so, in the background of all this feasting and flirting, there is talk of ambush and murder. It is not loud talk. It is the kind of talk said between cups of wine, when a man leans close to another and speaks with the careless confidence that comes from thinking you will never be punished. So the danger in Ithaca is not only that Penelope is being pressured into marriage. It is that Telemachus is being crowded toward an early grave. When you understand that, the hall becomes even more suffocating. Every laugh has an edge. Every shared cup of wine feels like it's being poured over the future of the house. And in the middle of it all, the house itself seems to remember what it used to be. The pillars have heard different music. The hearth has warmed different gatherings. The storerooms were not meant to be emptied by men who will never replenish them. There's a kind of quiet tragedy in that. A home does not fight back the way a person can. It stands, it holds what it can hold. It endures until someone with authority returns. Penelope endures. Telemachus endures. Euryclea endures. Even Phemius endures, forced to sing for people who do not deserve the comfort of song. But endurance is not the same as safety. Time does not automatically solve a problem. Sometimes it only makes the problem more entrenched. And far beyond Ithaca, beyond the sight of those rocky hills and olive groves, beyond the coves where boats hide from rough water, there are forces still moving, human and divine. Somewhere, Odysseus is alive. The poem insists on that. But Ithaca does not know it. Ithaca only knows absence. And in that absence, a young man sits among enemies in his own hall, feeling the weight of a name he has not yet grown into. If you listen closely in the silence behind all the noise, you can almost hear the moment approaching. The moment when Telemachus will be pushed by shame and pressure and a spark of outside help to stop merely enduring. Because in stories like this, waiting is never the end. It is only the beginning. In the same hall where the suitor's laughter spills like wine, Telemachus sits with his hands wrapped around a cup he barely tastes. He watches them eat. He watches them lean back like owners. He watches them glance toward the doorway, as if Penelope is a prize that will eventually be carried into the room, set on a table, and claimed. And inside him something keeps tightening. It is not only anger. Anger is easy to recognize, hot and sharp. This is something colder beneath it, something like the slow realization that waiting has become a habit, and that habits can turn into a life. Because Telemachus has been waiting since he was small, waiting for a sail to appear on the horizon, waiting for a familiar footstep at the threshold, waiting for a voice that would make the hall go quiet with one word. And the longer nothing happens, the more the suitors behave like the world has made its choice. A young man can live a long time on the idea that someone else will return and fix everything. But one day, usually without warning, that idea begins to rot. That day comes quietly. Not with thunder, not with a sword. It comes with a stranger arriving at the edge of the courtyard. Telemachus notices him before the suitors do. A man stands near the doorway, not swaggering, not calling attention to himself, just waiting in the way a traveler waits when he knows he stepped into a household that has forgotten its manners. Telemachus does not know him, but something about the man's presence feels clean, the way the air feels clean after a hard rain. He rises. It is a small action, but in that hall it matters. The suitors are used to seeing Telemachus sit. Telemachus crosses the floor and greets the stranger, taking him by the hand the way hospitality requires. He leads him away from the loudest part of the feast, away from the men who would turn any newcomer into a joke. Before names are exchanged, food is offered. Bread, meat, wine poured into a cup. Telemachus is not naive. He knows the suitors are watching. He knows some of them will roll their eyes at him, as if he's putting on a performance. But he also knows something deeper, something that has been taught to him even in the chaos of this house. If you abandon hospitality, you abandon the thin layer of order that keeps people from becoming animals. The stranger eats. He drinks. Then, as custom allows, Telemachus asks the question he has been holding back. Who are you? Where are you from? What wind brought you here? The man smiles, and the smile is almost gentle. He says his name is Mendes. He claims to be a friend of Odysseus's, an old guest friend, tied to the household by that same sacred bond the suitors have been shredding. Telemachus feels his chest tighten at the mention of his father's name. Odysseus. It is a name that fills rooms. A name that makes men straighten. A name that can feel like a comfort and an accusation at the same time. Telemachus tries to ask about him casually. He fails. The question comes out with too much hunger. Have you seen him? Do you know where he is? Is he alive? The stranger's gaze holds steady, and Telemachus has the strange sense of being seen, truly seen, by someone who isn't laughing at him or pitying him. He says Odysseus is alive. He says Odysseus will return. Not tomorrow, not next week, but soon enough to matter. Telemachus wants to believe it, the way a thirsty person wants to believe in water. But he has been fed rumors for too long. So he speaks honestly. He says he has no clear knowledge. He says he has heard too many stories. He says the suitors have taken over the hall, and he does not have the power to stop them. The stranger listens, and the listening itself feels like a gift. Then he leans closer, and his voice, though quiet, carries weight. He tells Telemachus something simple and brutal. A house like this will not heal itself. If Telemachus wants his father's home back, he must begin acting like a man who expects to hold it. He must call the people of Ithaca together. He must speak publicly. He must demand that the suitors leave. And if they refuse, he must take the next step. He must leave the island, not to run away, but to seek news. To Pylos. To Sparta. To the men who survived Troy and came home. Because even if Odysseus is gone forever, Telemachus cannot remain frozen in the doorway of his own life. The words land hard. Telemachus feels shame rise, but not the kind that crushes. This shame has teeth, it bites, it pushes. It says, stand. It says, move. It says, stop waiting for someone else to be your courage. The stranger's eyes gleam, and there is something almost unworldly in them, like starlight caught in dark water. Telemachus does not understand why. He does not yet know that he is sitting across from a goddess. Athena has come to Ithaca, not as herself, bright and terrible, but as a man with dust on his sandals and a traveler's calm. Because gods, when they want humans to do something difficult, often arrive in disguises. They do not hand you strength like a tool. They stand beside you until you remember you can pick the tool up yourself. When the conversation ends, the stranger rises. Telemachus offers him gifts, as custom demands. And the stranger accepts with the ease of someone who knows how these rituals are supposed to work. Then he leaves. And when he goes, Telemachus feels the air shift, as if a door has been opened somewhere in the world. He looks toward the courtyard. For a moment, he sees something that makes his breath catch, a flash of motion, like a bird's shadow crossing stone. Then it's gone. He can't explain it, but he carries the feeling back into the hall like a coal hidden in his palm. The suitors are still drinking, still laughing, still acting as if time belongs to them. Telemachus stands among them, and something in his posture changes. Not fully. Not yet. But enough that a few heads turn. Enough that Antinomous' eyes narrow, as if he can smell a shift in weather. Telemachus speaks. He tells the suitors to stop their singing. He tells them to show restraint. The words come out rough, but they come out. And when the bard's song about homecomings rises again, Telemachus does not collapse under it. He lets it sit in the air, sharp and honest. That night, after the hall finally quiets, Telemachus goes to bed with a mind that refuses to sleep. He lies awake and hears the island's sounds, the distant sea, the wind catching on rooftops, a dog shifting in the yard. And somewhere in that darkness, he decides, tomorrow he will call the assembly. In the morning, Ithaca wakes the way it always does. Smoke rises. Goats bleat. A neighbor's rooster announces himself with unnecessary confidence. But Telemachus moves through the day as if he is walking toward a cliff edge he must step off. He sends word. Men gather. Not everyone comes. Some are too old. Some are too cautious. Some have been bribed by the suitors with leftover meat and friendly laughter. But enough come that the place fills with bodies and voices. This is the first assembly Ithaca has seen in a long time. That detail matters. An assembly is more than a meeting. It is a public statement that the island still has a spine. Telemachus steps forward. He holds a staff, the symbol of speaking rights. His hands are steady enough. His throat is dry. He begins, and at first his voice sounds like someone else's. He speaks of Odysseus's absence. He speaks of the suitor's behavior. He speaks of the household being devoured. And then he says, plainly, that he cannot bear it anymore. He asks the men of Ithaca where their sense of justice has gone. Why do they allow this? Why do they watch his mother be hunted in her own home? Why do they sit quietly while strangers drain the king's estate? The crowd murmurs. Some faces show sympathy. Some faces show discomfort. Because sympathy is easy, action is not. An old man rises. He is Egyptius, bent with age, and his voice trembles as he speaks. He says he has not seen an assembly like this since Odysseus left for Troy. He asks why they have gathered. Telemachus answers. And as he speaks, something strange happens above them. Two eagles appear in the sky. They wheel and slash at each other with their talons. Feathers drift down. The birds cry out, harsh and wild. For a moment, the assembly's attention lifts from politics and turns toward omen. In a world like this, signs matter. People live close to nature, and nature feels close to the gods. An omen can be a warning. It can be a promise. It can be a knife held up in sunlight. A seer named Helios speaks. He interprets the eagles as a sign that Odysseus will return, and that violence will follow, violence that will punish the suitors for their wrongdoing. His words ripple through the crowd. Some men shift uneasily. Some glance toward the suitors as if seeing them differently. But Antinous rises, and Antinous does not like warnings. He mocks the seer. He laughs at the idea of omens. He says birds are birds. He says old men are always predicting disaster. And then he turns his attention on Telemachus. He claims the suitors are not at fault. He claims Penelope is. He says she has misled them. He brings up the shroud trick, the weaving and unweaving, and he spits the story out as if it is proof that Penelope is the deceiver, not the one being cornered. Telemachus feels heat rise in his face. Because even here, in public, they are rewriting the story to make themselves look cleaner. Telemachus responds. He refuses to speak against his mother. He says he will not force her. He says if she wants to return to her father's house, he will send her with gifts, as custom demands. But he makes one thing clear. The suitors must stop. They must either leave the house and court properly, or they must accept judgment. Tiresias stands next. His voice is smoother than Antinous'. He tries to sound reasonable. He says they will wait until Penelope chooses. He suggests the problem will resolve itself. He speaks as if time belongs to them. Telemachus sees the trap. Waiting is exactly what they want. Waiting means they keep eating. Waiting means they keep wearing down the household. Waiting means Telemachus stays small. So Telemachus announces his next move. He will sail. He will go to Pylos and Sparta. He will seek news of Odysseus. And if he learns his father is dead, he will return and do what must be done. Honor the dead properly, take control of the house, and find a way forward. The crowd reacts. Some men murmur approval. Some look worried, because the sea is not gentle, and a young man's life can vanish between waves. The suitors react with something sharper. They see danger, if Telemachus gains allies, if Telemachus gains knowledge, if Telemachus returns with certainty, then their comfortable occupation of the palace becomes harder to justify. The assembly ends without a clean victory. Telemachus does not have the power to drag the suitors out by force. But he has done something that matters. He has spoken. He has stood in public and named the rot. Sometimes naming a thing is the first crack in its armor. Now comes the harder part. Preparing to leave. Telemachus returns to the palace and moves quietly. He cannot announce his plans too loudly. The suitors are listening. Servants are listening. And not every ear in the house is loyal. He goes to Euryclea, old Euryclea, steady as stone, who has watched him grow and knows the look in his eyes when he is about to do something dangerous. He tells her to open the storerooms. He asks for provisions, wine in goatskins, barley meal, dried meat, a cloak, anything that can survive salt air. Euryclea's face tightens. She understands immediately, and she feels two things at once: fear and pride, because she has waited too. She has watched the household be bled. She has watched Telemachus be mocked. And now she sees him moving. She does what he asks. But she also insists on caution. She swears the servants to silence. She chooses jars carefully. She measures the wine. She wraps bread so it stays edible. Telemachus asks her not to tell Penelope yet. Not because he wants to hurt his mother, but because he knows fear can betray plans. He knows if she weeps in the wrong place, if her face changes at the wrong moment, the suitors will guess. Euryclea agrees, though it costs her. And then, outside, something else begins to happen. A crew gathers. Not by chance. Not by rumor. But as if the island itself is quietly producing the help Telemachus needs. Athena does not leave Ithaca after speaking with him. She shifts her disguise. She moves through the town like a thought slipping into many minds. She looks like Mentor now, an older, trusted man connected to Odysseus's household. And in that form, she encourages the right people. Men who remember Odysseus's generosity. Men who are tired of the suitors' arrogance. Men who still believe the household should stand. They come to the shore. A ship is readied. Oars are checked. The mast is inspected. Rope is coiled. The smell of tar and seawater fills the air. Telemachus arrives as the sun drops low. He carries himself with a new kind of focus, like someone who has stopped imagining the journey and has begun living inside it. When the provisions are loaded, the crew gathers near the water. A sacrifice is made. A prayer is spoken. The names of gods are not thrown around casually here. When men are about to trust their bodies to the sea, they speak carefully. They ask for a fair wind. They ask for safe passage. They ask that whatever waits ahead will not swallow them whole. As darkness spreads, they push the ship out. The hull creaks. The water catches it. The oars dip. The island begins to shrink behind them. Telemachus stands on the deck and looks back toward Ithaca's lights. Somewhere on that island, his mother is still in the palace, holding herself together in a world that keeps trying to pull her apart. Somewhere on that island, the suitors are still drinking, still certain that everything belongs to them. Telemachus feels a twist of guilt. He feels fear, but he also feels something else. A strange, unfamiliar sense of breathing room. Because for the first time in his life, he is not waiting. He is moving. The sail catches wind. The shoreline falls away. And Ithaca, behind him, becomes a dark shape against darker water, silent, tense, and unknowingly changed. Because a boy who left the island in the morning has become something else by night. Not a king. Not yet. But a young man who has begun. The sea at night is a different creature than the sea in the day. In daylight, it can look almost honest, blue, open, reflecting the sun like polished metal. But at night, it turns into a wide, moving darkness that breathes under the hull. Telemachus stands near the stern as the ship cuts through it. The oars rise and fall with a steady rhythm, and each dip into the water sounds like a soft, repeated vow. He listens. He watches. He tries not to think too hard about what he's left behind. Because if he thinks about Penelope's face the moment she realizes he's gone, he might turn the ship around. If he thinks about the suitors' voices echoing in the hall, he might feel the old shame return. And if he thinks about Odysseus, about the possibility that his father is truly alive somewhere under these same stars, his chest tightens with a hope that feels dangerous. So he focuses on what's in front of him: the wind, the sail, the steady labor of men who have chosen, for their own reasons, to row beside him. And beside Telemachus, moving with easy confidence, is Mentor. At least that's what everyone believes. An older man, steady and experienced, someone tied to Odysseus's household, someone whose presence makes the journey feel less like a boy's gamble and more like a purposeful mission. Telemachus does not know that Mentor's calm is Athena's calm. He only knows that when this man speaks, the words feel like a firm hand at his back. Toward morning, the blackness at the horizon begins to thin. The sky shifts from deep blue to a pale, smoky gray. And then, slowly, the coastline appears. Pylos. It is not Telemachus's home, but it feels like part of the same world. The world of kings who measure themselves by their relationships, by their oaths, by how well they uphold the old rules. The ship glides toward shore, and Telemachus sees something that makes him pause. There are people gathered by the water, not scattered, not casual, gathered with intent. A crowd facing the sea, smoke rising from altars, the smell of sacrifice carried outward on the breeze. Telemachus's crew pulls the ship up, and Telemachus steps onto land as if he's stepping into a ceremony already in motion. The men of Pylos are offering sacrifices to Poseidon. That detail matters. Poseidon is the god who shakes the earth, the god of the sea's deep temperament, the god whose favor can mean safe passage, or whose anger can mean loss. Telemachus watches as bulls are brought forward. He watches as the ritual is performed with practiced hands. In a place like this, religion isn't separate from life. It is braided into every major moment. A voyage, a harvest, a treaty, a homecoming. Telemachus hesitates at the edge of the gathering, suddenly aware of himself. His cloak smells like salt and travel. His hair is wind-tangled. He feels young. And then Mentor, Athena, hidden, leans slightly toward him. "Go forward," the voice says, not with fear, but with the tone of someone reminding you that you have the right to exist in this space. Telemachus takes a breath. He steps into the circle. A man notices him. A tall man, older, with a lined face that looks like it has held both laughter and grief for many years. This is Nestor, king of Pylos, a man who fought at Troy and returned, a man whose very survival makes him feel like a living answer to a question. Nestor sees the strangers, and he does what a good host should do. He does not demand names first. He does not ask for credentials. He offers welcome. He gestures towards seats. He offers meat from the sacrifice. He offers wine. He treats Telemachus and Mentor as if they belong in the circle, as if their arrival is not an interruption but a new thread being woven into the day. Telemachus eats. He drinks. He tries to slow down his thoughts. Because hospitality is not only about food, it is about creating a pause in which a person can become human again. After the meal, Nestor asks the question, "Who are you? Where have you come from? What brings you to Pylos?" Telemachus introduces himself. He says his name. He says Odysseus's name, and the moment Odysseus's name lands in the air, the mood shifts. Nestor's eyes soften. There is memory there. Not the distant memory of a myth, but the practical memory of a man he fought beside. Telemachus feels a sudden urge to speak quickly, to pour everything out at once, the suitors, the hall, the way his home has been taken over. But he steadies himself. He explains why he has come. He wants news. He wants truth. He wants to know whether his father is alive. Nestor listens. And then Nestor does what older men in these stories often do. He begins to speak of the past, not as a performance, as a warning. He tells Telemachus about Troy, but not with the full weight of battle. He speaks of decisions made, alliances strained, tempers flaring among men who were supposed to be united. He speaks of the moment after Troy fell, when the Achaeans argued about what to do next. Some wanted to leave immediately. Some wanted to stay. Some wanted to honor Athena properly. Some wanted to move before the sea turned. And those arguments mattered, because in a world like this, the gods do not stay neutral. Nestor tells Telemachus how different leaders chose different paths. How some ships sailed one way, some another. How the victory at Troy did not guarantee safety on the water. Then Nestor's voice turns more solemn. He tells the story of Agamemnon's return. Agamemnon, the great commander. Agamemnon, who came home only to be murdered in his own house. Not by a stranger on the road. By his own wife's betrayal. By Aegisthus plotting. A murder that turned the word home into something sharp. Telemachus feels the chill of it. Because it's not just a story. It's a mirror held up to the idea of returning. Nestor continues. He tells Telemachus of Orestes' vengeance, how Agamemnon's son returned and punished the killers, restoring honor by blood. It is not a gentle tale, and it isn't told to entertain. It's told to place a thought in Telemachus's mind. Sons are not only heirs. Sons are also the ones who sometimes have to set things right. Telemachus shifts in his seat. He feels the pressure of the comparison. He knows what Nestor is implying. If Odysseus is dead, Telemachus cannot remain passive. If Odysseus is alive, Telemachus must still learn what it means to defend the household. Telemachus asks about Odysseus directly. Did you see him after Troy? Do you know which way he sailed? Do you know what happened? Nestor's answer is honest. He says he does not know. Odysseus's fate after Troy became fog. Ships disappeared. Stories contradicted each other. Some men came home. Some never did. And among the ones who never did, Odysseus's name has lingered like a question that refuses to die. But Nestor is not empty-handed. He offers what he can offer. He says, go to Sparta. Go to Menelaus. Menelaus wandered too. Menelaus traveled far. Menelaus came back with stories of what he saw. If anyone can tell you something useful, it is Menelaus. Nestor does not send Telemachus away like a nuisance. He sends him with gifts. A chariot. Horses. A son, Pisistratus, to accompany him. Because hospitality is not just feeding someone and wishing them luck. It is taking responsibility for their safety as they move onward. Telemachus sleeps that night in Pylos, in a guest's bed that is quiet and clean. He listens to the unfamiliar stillness. No suitor's laughter. No scraping of meat off bones in a hall that belongs to someone else. Just the distant sea and the soft human sounds of a household at rest. And in that rest, he feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. He feels what a healthy home sounds like. It makes the memory of Ithaca's halls sting. The next day, the journey continues. They travel over land, Telemachus, Pisistratus, and Mentor. The road is not a smooth ribbon the way modern roads might be imagined. It winds, it rises and falls. Dust clings to sandals and hems of cloaks. They pass small farms, stone walls, groves. The world feels wide, and Telemachus begins to understand, in his body, what his father's absence has truly meant. Odysseus didn't vanish from the edge of Ithaca. He vanished into this vastness, into countless miles of uncertainty. When they reach Sparta, the atmosphere changes. Pylos felt solid and old. Sparta feels rich. Not with flashy luxury, but with the kind of wealth that settles into a place after years of power. Fine carved wood, polished metal, bright textiles, servants moving with practiced ease. They arrive on a day of celebration. Inside Menelaus's palace, there is a wedding feast, two celebrations intertwined. A son being married. A daughter being sent to a husband's house. The hall is bright with firelight. The air smells of roasted meat and perfumed oil. Voices rise in song. Menelaus's home feels like the opposite of Ithaca's siege. Here, the feast belongs to the host. Here, laughter is not theft. Here, hospitality is performed with dignity. Menelaus sees the newcomers, and he does what Nestor did. He welcomes them. He seats them. He feeds them. Only after their bellies are warmed does he ask who they are. Telemachus gives his name. And again, Odysseus's name changes the air. Menelaus grows quiet. His gaze drifts for a moment, as if he is looking at a shore long ago. Then Helen enters. Helen, the woman whose face launched 1,000 ships. But in this room she is not a symbol. She is a living person, moving with a calm that suggests she has learned how to carry the weight of endless stories told about her. She sits. She studies Telemachus, and she says something that makes Telemachus's skin prickle. She recognizes him, not because she has met him, because he looks like Odysseus. Not in the obvious ways. Not like a painted portrait, in the subtle ways. The set of the eyes, the shape of the face when he thinks, the way he holds himself when he's trying to hide how much he wants something. Telemachus swallows. He feels suddenly exposed. Menelaus speaks of Odysseus with respect. He calls him clever. He calls him resilient. He remembers Odysseus's endurance at Troy. He remembers Odysseus's ability to find a path through problems that seemed impossible. And as he speaks, the hall's warmth turns into something more tender. Because Telemachus has lived surrounded by men who speak of Odysseus as if he is a ghost. Here, Odysseus is treated like a man. A real man. A friend. A brother in arms. Telemachus asks his question. Do you know where he is? Menelaus exhales. He admits that Odysseus's fate was hidden from him for years. But Menelaus has traveled. After Troy, he did not go straight home. He wandered. He was delayed. He found himself in strange places, and he learned things in those places. And among the things he learned was a piece of information. One hard, bright shard of truth. Menelaus tells Telemachus about a day in Egypt, about being stranded, about meeting a being of the sea, Proteus, the old man of the sea, a shapeshifter, a slippery source of knowledge. Menelaus tells how he had to trap Proteus and hold on while the god changed form, lion, serpent, water, tree, until truth could be forced into speech. Telemachus listens, spellbound. Because the story is strange, but also because the story contains the thing Telemachus came for. News. Menelaus says Proteus told him that Odysseus is alive. Alive, but trapped. Held on an island. Kept by a nymph. Weeping for home. Telemachus feels his throat close. Alive. The word is both relief and pain. Relief, because it means his father has not vanished into nothing. Pain, because it means Odysseus has been suffering somewhere while Ithaca has been drowning in disorder. Helen, watching, adds something of her own. She speaks of Odysseus's presence at Troy. She speaks of moments where his cunning saved lives. She speaks of how he could disguise himself, how he could move through danger as if he had been born with a map inside his mind. And as she speaks, Telemachus begins to understand something. Odysseus's greatest weapon has never been his hands. It has been his ability to become whatever the moment requires. Telemachus, sitting in this warm hall, realizes that his father's story is not only a story of war and monsters, it is a story of identity, of endurance, of adaptation. And suddenly, Telemachus sees his own life differently. He has been thinking of himself as the boy left behind. But maybe, in a quieter way, he has been enduring too. Menelaus's palace does not simply offer Telemachus information. It offers him perspective. Menelaus speaks openly of how returns can go wrong. Agamemnon's murder. The dangers that wait in a household when order collapses. The way enemies can grow bold when a king is absent. Telemachus feels the warning settle deeper because he has enemies in his home. Not hidden. Not distant. Eating at his table. Menelaus encourages him. He tells him not to shrink. He tells him that a man becomes a man by taking responsibility, not by waiting for someone else to grant him adulthood. And then Menelaus does what a powerful king does when he chooses to be generous. He offers gifts. Not bribes. Not pity. Gifts that say, "You are seen and you matter." Telemachus stays the night. He lies in a guest's bed again, and this time the quiet is filled with more than relief. It is filled with urgency. Odysseus is alive. Odysseus is trapped. Odysseus is longing for home. And back in Ithaca, the suitors are not simply waiting anymore. Because while Telemachus has been traveling, the suitors have been planning. News travels fast on islands. A ship seen leaving. A prince absent. A household left even more vulnerable. To the suitors, Telemachus's journey is not a noble search. It is a threat. So they decide to cut it off. They plan an ambush. They will wait near the straits. They will watch for his ship returning. They will kill him. Quietly. Efficiently. Then they can claim, with performative grief, that the sea took him. And once Telemachus is gone, the last obstacle between them and Odysseus's household becomes a grieving woman trapped in a hall full of men. Telemachus does not know the details yet. But on some level he feels it. He feels the tightening cord of consequence. Because in stories like this, movement always attracts attention. A still target is easy to ignore. A moving target becomes something you have to deal with. In Sparta, Telemachus begins to prepare himself for the return. He thanks Menelaus. He thanks Helen. He gathers his gifts. He speaks with Pisistratus, and he listens carefully to mentor Athena, whose steady presence keeps him from spiraling into panic. Because the truth is both simple and heavy. Odysseus is alive, but Telemachus's home is in danger. And Telemachus himself has become the kind of person dangerous men want removed. When the time comes to leave Sparta, Telemachus steps out into the morning air and feels the world shift again. He is still young, still untested in battle, still unsure in places. But he is no longer ignorant. He is no longer fully alone. He has been received by kings. He has been treated as Odysseus's son, not as a joke. He has heard the older stories, the ones that warn what happens when a household loses control. And now, as he prepares to return, Telemachus begins to understand that his journey outward was never only about finding his father. It was about finding himself. Because when he sails back toward Ithaca, he will not be returning as the boy who sat quietly while strangers ate his food. He will be returning as someone who has tasted a different kind of world, a world where order is real, where hospitality is honored, where a king's name still carries weight, and that taste will not let him settle back into silence. Not anymore. Far from Ithaca's rocky ridges, and far from Telemachus's new courage, there is another kind of room where decisions are made. It is not built from stone. It does not smell like smoke or salt. It does not echo with the scrape of sandals on a hall's floor. It is the high place of the gods' Olympus, where the weather feels like a thought, where the air seems clearer than mortal lungs deserve, and where distance means very little. From there, the world below can look quiet. Small islands like Ithaca become specks. A ship's wake becomes a thin white scratch on blue. A man's life, with all its pain and yearning, can look like a brief flicker. But the gods do not ignore Odysseus. Not because they are kind. Because he is interesting. Because he is tangled into their grudges, their favors, their reputations. And because the story of his return has been delayed long enough that even the gods begin to treat it like a problem that needs a solution. Athena has been watching. Athena who values skill. Athena who values intelligence. Athena who respects a mind that can bend around trouble instead of snapping. She has favored Odysseus for years, and she has not forgotten him. But she has been blocked, because another god's anger stands in the way. Poseidon, the sea's deep will. The force that can turn a calm day into a killing one. Poseidon has reasons, old reasons, sharp reasons, for hating Odysseus. A Cyclops' blinded eye. A name shouted in arrogance. A prayer to the sea god from a wounded son. Odysseus's cleverness did not only save him, it insulted Poseidon. And gods, when insulted, do not forget. On Olympus, Athena raises the question. She speaks of Odysseus's suffering. She speaks of a man stranded, far from home, no longer even surrounded by danger in a way that proves his strength, but trapped in a slow misery. She speaks, too, of Ithaca, of a household dissolving, of Telemachus, surrounded by men who eat like they own his future. And she speaks with a careful kind of pressure, because even Athena cannot simply command Zeus. Zeus is not a father in a family. He is a force, a ruler whose moods become law. So Athena frames her words the way a strategist frames an argument. She reminds Zeus of what order means. She reminds Zeus of hospitality. She reminds Zeus that if a man's home can be invaded and devoured without consequence, then the rules that keep mortals from chaos start to look optional. Zeus listens. He does not immediately agree. He rarely does. But he is already thinking about another problem. Because while Athena speaks, Zeus's mind turns to a different return, Agamemnon's, where a man came home and died in his own house. That story is fresh enough to sting. It is a story about disorder, about trust collapsing, about the idea of home becoming unsafe. Zeus does not want the world below to become a place where every return ends in betrayal. Not because he loves mortals, because he loves structure. So Zeus finally speaks. He says Odysseus will be allowed to return, but the return will not be easy. And the anger of Poseidon will not simply evaporate. Zeus's decision is not an embrace. It is permission. And permission in the world of gods is enough to start moving pieces. Athena knows what the next step must be. Odysseus is not on a battlefield. He is not on a ship. He is not even on a coastline. He is on an island. A bright, secluded place in the middle of nowhere. Ogygia, the island of Calypso. Calypso is a nymph, and the word nymph can sound small until you remember what it really means in these old stories. A nymph is not a fragile spirit. A nymph is a force tied to a place. A being of beauty and power, not fully divine in the way Zeus is divine, but far from mortal. Calypso's island is lush. It is green and fragrant. It has springs and trees and caves. It has birds calling through thick leaves. And in the middle of it all, Calypso has a home that feels like a dream someone refuses to wake from. That is where Odysseus is. He has been there for years. At first, it might have felt like rescue. After storms and shipwrecks and loss, a calm island with shelter and food can feel like mercy. But mercy becomes a cage when it demands you stop being yourself. Calypso wants Odysseus, not as a guest, as a possession. She offers him comfort. She offers him warmth. And she offers him the most seductive thing a mortal can be offered: immortality. Stay here, she says. Stop fighting the sea. Stop grieving the past. Stop dreaming of a home that may no longer even be yours. Stay with me, and you will never die. It is easy to imagine the offer as pure temptation. But for Odysseus, it is also a kind of cruelty. Because to accept immortality would be to accept that Ithaca is a closed door. To accept immortality would be to accept that Penelope's life will end without him. That Telemachus will grow old without his father. That the name Odysseus will become a story told by strangers. And Odysseus, for all his cleverness, is not someone who can live comfortably as a ghost. Each day on Ogygia, he goes to the shore. He sits where he can see the open water. He looks out. And he weeps. Not loudly, not theatrically. In the way a person weeps when the body does it on its own, when grief has become an involuntary rhythm. Calypso sees him. She feels the insult. Because from her perspective, she has given him everything: food, shelter, warmth, a bed, a life without danger. And still he chooses the horizon. Still he chooses longing. Still he chooses a mortal woman far away over the goddess who stands right in front of him. That is a wound. And wounded beings, divine or not, can become controlling. So Calypso keeps him, not with chains, with paradise, which can be a more effective trap. Now Zeus's decision reaches Ogygia, not as a thunderbolt, as a messenger. Hermes, fast-moving, bright-eyed Hermes, who travels between worlds like it's nothing. He arrives with sandaled feet that hardly seem to touch the ground. He steps into Calypso's home as if he has been invited. He eats what is offered, because even gods follow the rituals when it suits them. Then he delivers Zeus's message. Calypso must release Odysseus, not because Calypso has suddenly become wrong, because Zeus has decided. Calypso's face tightens. She does not argue with Hermes. Arguing with a messenger is like punching a shadow. But she does argue with a situation. She complains the way ancient gods complain, with grievance that contains real emotion and real politics. She points out the double standard. Male gods can keep mortal women. Male gods can pull them into caves and fields and islands. Male gods can make those women disappear from their homes, and no council gathers to scold them. But when a goddess keeps a mortal man, suddenly the rules appear. Hermes does not debate. Hermes does not care. Hermes delivers the order, and the order stands. So Calypso goes to Odysseus. She finds him near the shore, as she often does. And she tells him he is free. The words hang in the air like a sudden change in weather. Odysseus does not immediately relax. He has lived too long inside traps to trust the first opening he sees. He studies her face. He listens for the hidden hook. Calypso, reading him, adds the bitter truth. This is not her choice. Zeus has commanded it. Odysseus feels a strange mix of relief and caution. He asks for proof. He asks for an oath. And Calypso, despite her resentment, gives it. Because in this world, an oath matters. Not as a modern contract, as a sacred binding. Calypso then does what she must. She helps. Not tenderly, not happily, but effectively. She provides tools. She shows him trees fit for a raft. She gives him cloth for a sail. She gives him supplies, food, water, whatever can survive the sea. And Odysseus begins to build. This is the part of the story that looks simple from far away. A man cuts wood. A man ties beams. A man raises a mast. But in the telling, it becomes something more. Because building a raft after years of captivity is not only carpentry, it is hope made physical. Odysseus works with the concentration of someone afraid the world will change its mind. He swings the axe. He shapes the timbers. He bores holes. He fits pieces together so they hold. His hands blister, then harden. He ties ropes until his fingers ache. He checks every knot. He checks them again. He is not building a ship that can fight. He is building something that can float. That is all. But sometimes all is enough. When the raft is finished, Odysseus loads it. He sets the supplies in place. He secures what can be secured. He steps onto it with the careful weight of a man stepping onto a thin bridge over a deep drop. Calypso stands on the shore. She watches. She gives him one last thing, wind. A fair breeze, gentle at first. It pushes the raft away from the island. Odysseus does not look back too long. Looking back is dangerous. Looking back is how you fall into nostalgia and lose the present. He keeps his eyes on the horizon. For days the sea behaves. The sky stays open. The raft rides the swells. Odysseus steers by the stars. He watches for clouds. He listens to the water's tone. And with each day, Ithaca becomes more real in his mind. Not as a dream, as a destination. But Poseidon has been away. He has not been sitting on Olympus during Zeus's decision. He has been among the Ethiopians, receiving sacrifices and enjoying being honored. And when he returns, he notices. Poseidon notices everything that moves on his sea. He sees a small raft, far out. He sees a man. He recognizes him. Odysseus. The name itself is enough to stir the old anger. Poseidon does not consult. Poseidon does not debate. He reacts. He gathers clouds. He gathers wind. He gathers the ocean's heavy muscles. The sky darkens. The sea's surface changes. What was rolling becomes heaving. What was open becomes hostile. The storm arrives with no politeness. It hits the raft like a hand slamming down. Waves rise. Wind tears at the sail. The raft shudders. Odysseus tries to hold it steady. He fights with the kind of urgency that comes when you know you are fighting not only water, but a god's personal will. The mast strains. The ropes scream under pressure. And then the raft breaks. Not dramatically. Not in one clean snap. In a series of failures. A joint loosens. A beam shifts. Water slams through. The structure loses its unity. And suddenly, Odysseus is not on a raft. He is in the sea. The water is cold. Not because it is winter, but because deep water has its own temperature. It steals heat. It steals breath. Odysseus clings to what remains, timbers, rope, anything. The storm does not care. Waves fling him upward, then drop him. The wind fills his mouth with salt. His skin stings. His shoulders burn from fighting. And in the middle of this, The old question rises. Is this where it ends? Not in battle, not with a spear, but swallowed by the sea's endless indifference. Odysseus thinks of Ithaca. He thinks of Penelope. He thinks of Telemachus, now grown, now unknown to him. And he feels something like anger, not at Poseidon, at fate, at the idea that a man can survive 10 years of war and 10 years of wandering only to die within sight of nothing. The storm keeps pounding. Odysseus' strength begins to thin. And then, in one of the story's quieter miracles, help arrives. Not from Zeus, not from Athena, from a smaller divine presence, Ino, also called Leucothea. She was once mortal. Now she is a sea goddess, and perhaps because she remembers what it means to struggle, she takes pity. She appears near Odysseus in the water, not as a glowing spectacle, as a being who simply is, steady against chaos. She speaks quickly, because storms do not pause for speeches. She tells him to let go of the wreck. She tells him to swim. She gives him a veil, light cloth, but not ordinary. She tells him to wrap it around his chest. It will keep him from drowning. Then, she says, when he reaches land, he must remove it and throw it back into the sea. No keeping divine gifts. No taking souvenirs. Just survival. Odysseus hesitates. He has been fooled before, but the sea is already trying to kill him. So he chooses. He ties the veil. He lets the broken raft go, and he swims. This is not heroic swimming, not elegant. It is raw. A man's arms pulling against heavy water. A man's legs kicking while waves slap his face. A man forcing breath into lungs that keep getting filled with salt. The storm rages for another 2 days. 2 days of being pushed and pulled. 2 days of thinking you've almost reached land only to be dragged away. 2 days of surviving by inches. Finally, the sea begins to loosen its grip. The wind shifts. The waves do not vanish, but they grow less violent. And in the distance, Odysseus sees something darker than the water. Land. But land is not automatically safety. The coastline is rocky. Waves crash against cliffs. Foam explodes upward. If he swims straight in, he will be smashed. So Odysseus, even exhausted, uses the skill that has kept him alive. He thinks. He scans the coastline. He looks for an opening, a river mouth, a calmer inlet. Somewhere, the sea's teeth are less sharp. At last, he finds it, a river running outward, meeting the sea, creating a place where the water feels like it has a direction other than violence. Odysseus aims for it. He lets the current help pull him. Even then, the rocks threaten him. He is slammed once, twice. His skin tears. Blood mixes with salt. But he keeps moving. He reaches shallow water. He crawls. He falls. He drags himself onto land. And then he does something that tells you how deeply he respects the forces he cannot control. He unties Leucothea's veil. He throws it back into the sea. The cloth slips into the water and disappears, as if it never existed. Odysseus lies on the shore. He is trembling. Not from fear, from the body's response to almost dying. He looks up at the sky. It is clearing. Stars appear. Calm returns with a kind of insult, as if the world is pretending nothing happened. Odysseus pushes himself up. He cannot sleep on the open shoreline. He knows that. Even here, safety requires thought. So he limps inland. He finds a place where 2 olive trees grow close together, their branches forming a rough shelter. He gathers leaves. He makes a bed. It is not comfort. It is not a warm hall, but it is hidden. It is quiet. And after years of noise, storms, battles, arguments, demands, quiet is almost shocking. Odysseus curls into the leaves. He pulls them over himself like a blanket, and for the first time in what feels like forever, he sleeps. Not light sleep, not watchful sleep. A deep, heavy sleep. The kind of sleep that comes when the body finally believes, even for a few hours, that it has been allowed to survive. This land is not Ithaca. Not yet. It is Scheria, home of the Phaeacians. Odysseus does not know that the people here will be the final bridge between him and home. He only knows that he has reached land. And for now, that is enough. Because the gods have shifted the board. The trap has opened. The sea has tried to shut it again. And Odysseus, stubborn, clever, exhausted Odysseus, has slipped through. Morning comes gently on Scheria. Not with the harsh glare of a desert sunrise. Not with the sudden cold bite of a mountain dawn. Here the light filters through leaves and mist, softening everything it touches. Odysseus sleeps beneath olive branches, wrapped in a nest of fallen leaves. The night salt still clings to his skin. His clothes are stiff with seawater. His hands ache from survival. His body is heavy with the kind of exhaustion that makes a person feel older than their years. For a while, he does not move. The world moves around him. Birds call. Wind whispers through the trees. The river nearby runs with a steady, calming sound, water that knows exactly where it is going. Odysseus breathes. That alone is a kind of victory. But safety is never permanent for him. Even on land, even after sleep, even under branches that hide him, he knows the rule. You survive one danger, and you wake up to another. He lifts his head and listens. Nothing. No footsteps. No shouting. No clash of metal. The quiet is clean. Still, he cannot stay hidden forever. He needs food. He needs water. He needs information. And, more than anything, he needs a way home. Scheria is unknown to him. Unknown places are risky. A stranger can be welcomed. A stranger can be killed. A stranger can be turned away with empty hands. Odysseus rises slowly and his body protests. Bruises pull. Scrapes sting. Salt burns where the skin tore against rock. He takes a few steps, careful not to snap branches too loudly, careful not to reveal himself to whatever eyes might be nearby. He moves toward the river. The water is clearer here than the sea's dark churn. He drinks, and it tastes like the earth itself, cool, plain, honest. Then he washes his face. He runs water over his arms. He tries to scrape some of the sea's grime away. It helps, but only so much. He is still visibly what he is. A shipwrecked man. A stranger. A person who has been through something terrible. Odysseus looks down at himself. His clothes are torn. He has no cloak, no sign of rank, no weapon. If he approaches people like this, he risks being dismissed, or worse, mistaken for a thief. He needs a plan. He always needs a plan. And before he can form it fully, the island offers him a different kind of problem. Voices. Not close enough to be immediately dangerous, but close enough to matter. Young voices. Laughter. The light sound of people who are safe enough to laugh. Odysseus freezes. He listens again. The voices come from downriver. He edges toward the sound, staying behind brush, staying in shadow. And then he sees them. A group of young women at the riverbank. They are doing laundry, kneeling by the water, beating cloth against smooth stones, rinsing. spreading garments out in the sun. Their work is ordinary, and that ordinariness is almost shocking to Odysseus. Because he has spent so long in places where every moment feels like survival. Here is a scene that feels like life continuing, as if the world still has room for simplicity. The young women chat, they laugh, they tease each other. They move in the easy rhythm of people who belong. Among them is one who stands out, not because she demands attention, because attention gathers around her naturally. She is tall. She carries herself with a quiet authority. Her clothing is finer. Her hair is arranged with care. Her face has that look some people have, the look of someone who has been protected and educated and watched, someone who has been taught that her decisions matter. This is Nausicaa, daughter of Alcinous and Arete, princess of the Phaeacians. Odysseus does not know her name yet, but he can tell she is important. And importance is a doorway or a wall, depending on how you approach it. Odysseus considers his options. He could stay hidden and wait, but waiting will not feed him. Waiting will not get him home. He could rush them, but rushing would scare them, and scared people do not offer help. They call for guards. They throw stones. They run. So Odysseus chooses the third path. He prepares. He steps back into the brush and breaks off a leafy branch, broad enough to cover him. Not as armor, as dignity, a thin shield against shame. Then he breathes, and he walks out. The sun hits him as he leaves the shade, and immediately the laughter stops. The young women freeze. Their eyes go wide. In one breath, the scene changes from casual to tense. Odysseus looks exactly like what he is. A man who has crawled out of the sea. Wild-haired. Salt-crusted. Bruised. He is frightening, not because he is shouting or threatening, but because he is unknown and desperate-looking, and unknown desperation is one of the oldest fears. Some of the girls shriek. Some step back. Some run. Their sandals slap against the ground as they scatter, like birds startled from a branch. Only Nausicaa stays. Her hands tremble slightly, but she holds her ground. Athena is with her, though Nausicaa does not see the goddess. Courage does not always come from inside. Sometimes it is placed into you. Sometimes you feel it arrive like a sudden steadiness in your chest. Odysseus stops at a respectful distance. He does not rush. He does not raise his voice. He lowers himself slightly, not kneeling fully, but showing restraint. And then he speaks. His voice is hoarse from salt and fatigue, but his words are careful. He addresses Nausicaa with the kind of language that shows he understands hierarchy. He speaks as a supplicant, not groveling, not demanding. He praises her. He compares her to a goddess, though he keeps it tactful. And then he asks for what he needs, plainly. Clothing, food, direction. Not luxury, not a ship, just help. Nausicaa watches him. She sees his misery. She sees his restraint. She notices something important. This is not a thief, not a brute, not a man who wants to harm. This is a man who is trying, with the little control he has left, to behave with respect. That matters. In these stories, how a person behaves when they have nothing tells you who they are. Nausicaa's voice is steady when she answers. She tells her attendants to return. Some hesitate, but she repeats the order. And slowly, the young women come back, still wary, still glancing at Odysseus as if he might change shape. Nausicaa tells them to bring clothing, to bring food, to bring oil so he can wash properly. The attendants obey. They lay a cloak and tunic on a rock. They set bread and meat nearby. They set a jar of oil in a basin. But they do not come too close. Fear has its own boundaries. Odysseus does not blame them. He takes what is offered. He steps back toward the riverbank, into a small, sheltered spot. He washes. Not quickly. Thoroughly, he scrubs salt away. He cleans blood from cuts. He rubs oil into his skin. And as he washes, something else happens. Athena helps him again. Not by changing who he is, by restoring what hardship has obscured. His posture straightens. His face looks less hollow. His hair looks less wild. He begins to resemble a man who once belonged in a hall, a man who once sat among kings. He dresses. The cloak settles over his shoulders. The tunic fits. It is not his clothing, not his home, not his identity fully restored. But it is enough to make him recognizable as human again. When Odysseus steps out, the attendants stare. Because there is a difference between shipwrecked stranger and shipwrecked stranger who still carries the weight of command. Nausicaa's eyes widen slightly. Not in fear, in surprise, because she sees now what her attendants did not. This man is not ordinary. Odysseus eats. He drinks. He feels strength return in small increments, like a fire catching. Nausicaa speaks to him again. She asks who he is. He does not give his name. Not yet. Names can be dangerous. In a world filled with gods who take offense, monsters who remember, and humans who gossip, a name is not always a gift. So Odysseus stays cautious. He says he has suffered. He says he has wandered. He says he has been cast up by the sea. He thanks her. He calls her generous. He calls her noble. He speaks as a man trying to secure help without demanding it. Nausicaa listens. Then she offers the real assistance. She tells him where he is. Scheria, land of the Phaeacians, a people known for ships, for sailing, for moving across water as if water belongs to them. Odysseus's heart tightens at that. A people of ships. That sounds like possibility. Nausicaa tells him she will help him reach the city, but she also tells him something that might feel strange but is practical. He cannot walk beside them openly, not because she is ashamed, because of rumor, because men's tongues are quick, because if she brings an unknown man directly into the city, people will talk. They will invent a story. They will twist her kindness into scandal. They will question her honor. And in a royal household, reputation is not a small thing. It is part of power. So Nausicaa gives Odysseus a plan. She and her attendants will go first. They will take their laundry. They will return to the palace. Odysseus will follow at a distance. Not too close. Not too far. When he reaches the city, she tells him, he must do one specific thing. Go to the palace. Find Queen Arete. Ignore everyone else. Ignore the king. Ignore the men. Go to Arete. Kneel. Touch her knees. Ask for help. This advice is sharp. It reveals that in this household, the queen's influence is not decorative. Arete is respected. Her judgment matters. And if Arete accepts Odysseus, the rest of the household will follow. Odysseus agrees. Because he understands power. Because he understands that sometimes the straightest path is not the safest one. So the procession begins. Nausicaa and her attendants load the laundry onto carts. They gather their things. They laugh again, though the laughter is thinner now. And they head toward the city. Odysseus follows later. He waits until the distance feels right. Then he walks. The road rises and falls through greenery. Scheria smells alive. Flowers, wet earth, fresh leaves warmed by sun. It does not smell like Ogygia's trapped sweetness. It does not smell like the sea's violence. It smells like a real place where real people live. As Odysseus approaches the city, Athena meets him again. Not directly, not as a glowing goddess. She appears as a young girl, ordinary-looking, carrying a pitcher, the kind of person you might ignore without thinking. Odysseus does not ignore her. He has learned not to. He asks for directions. The girl answers. Her words are calm. Her tone is confident. She tells him where the palace is. But she also warns him. The Phaeacians are not like Ithacans. They are proud. They can be suspicious of strangers. They do not welcome every outsider with open arms. Odysseus nods. He knows suspicion. He has lived inside it. Then Athena does something that turns advice into protection. She wraps him in mist. Not fog you can touch, a veil of invisibility. He walks through the city unseen, and as he moves, he observes. Scheria's streets are orderly. People move with purpose. The buildings feel well kept. There is wealth here, not the rough wealth of raiders, the settled wealth of sailors who have done well. Odysseus passes fountains. He passes gardens. He passes groups of men talking. He passes women carrying baskets. He hears voices. He hears music. He hears the normal sounds of a city that is not currently being devoured from inside. It makes him think, briefly, of Ithaca's hall. It makes him think of the suitor's noise. It makes him think of how different a home can sound when it is safe. Then he reaches the palace. It rises larger than the surrounding buildings. Strong, bright, a place built to be seen. Athena's mist brings him to the doorway. And then, at the threshold, she lifts it. The veil drops away. Odysseus is visible again. And suddenly he is a stranger, standing outside a royal home. He takes a breath. He steps inside. The palace is warm. Firelight glows. Bronze and polished wood catch the light. Servants move quietly. There is the smell of roasted meat. There is the low sound of conversation. Odysseus stands for a moment, absorbing it. Because the last great hall he stood in, his own, has been filled with theft. This hall feels different. It feels like authority. At the center of the room sit Alcinous and Arete, the king and queen. They sit with calm composure. Around them are nobles, guests, people with clean clothes and calm faces. Odysseus moves forward. This is the moment Nausicaa prepared him for. He does not address Alcinous first. He does not try to charm the men. He goes straight to Arete. He kneels. He touches her knees. He becomes, visibly, a supplicant. And in that act, he forces the household to see him not as an intruder, but as someone asking for a sacred form of protection. Because supplication, like hospitality, is one of the old rules. A person who clings to your knees has placed themselves in your care. To reject them harshly invites divine disapproval. So the room goes quiet. Odysseus speaks. He says he has suffered. He says he has come far. He asks for safe passage. He asks to be sent home. Not with riches. Not with conquest. Just home. For a moment, no one answers. The silence is heavy. People in the room glance at each other. They assess. They wonder. Who is this man? Why has he come to us? Is he dangerous? Is he blessed? Is he cursed? Then a man named Icenius speaks. He is older. His voice carries the tone of someone reminding a room of what it already knows. He says they must honor the rules. They must lift the stranger up. They must seat him. They must feed him. They must hear him. Because if they do not, they dishonor themselves. Alcinous agrees. Odysseus is raised from his kneeling. He is given a seat. Food is brought. Wine is poured. And in that simple sequence, the story shifts again. Odysseus has moved from shipwrecked body on a shore to guest in a king's hall. It does not solve everything, but it gives him a platform. And the Phaeacians begin to show what makes them different. They are not warlike. They are not hungry for conquest. They are people of ships, of travel, of craft. Their pride is not in killing. Their pride is in skill. Alcinous asks Odysseus the question that matters. Who are you? Where are you from? What troubles brought you here? Odysseus, still cautious, does not answer fully. Not yet. He says only what he must. That he has suffered. That he has lost companions. That he has been blown off course. That he wants to go home. Alcinous listens, and he does something important. He promises help. Not immediately, not blindly, but he says that if the stranger is worthy, the Phaeacians will provide a ship. They will provide crew. They will send him where he needs to go. Odysseus feels a tightness in his chest. The word ship is like water to a thirsty man. But the promise comes with the rhythm of hospitality. First, they will treat him well. Then, they will know his story. Then, they will act. The hall shifts into celebration. A feast is prepared more fully. A bard is called. This bard is Telemachus, blind but gifted. A singer whose voice carries the past like a held flame. When Telemachus sings, the room listens. And what he sings about inevitably touches the war. Troy, the old conflict, the stories that still live in men's bones. Odysseus hears the song, and something in him breaks open. Because you can survive battle. You can survive storms. You can survive hunger. But when someone sings your past out loud, in a warm hall with food on the table, the body sometimes realizes it is safe enough to feel. Odysseus lowers his head. He pulls his cloak over his face. And he weeps. Quietly. Privately. Trying not to be seen. But Alcinous notices. A good king notices. Because a good king understands that a guest's pain is information. So Alcinous calls for the song to change. He calls for games. For athletics. For physical display. Because sometimes, in a hall of strangers, strength is a language people trust. The Phaeacians compete. Running. Wrestling. Throwing. Odysseus watches. He stays quiet. He tries to keep his presence small. But one of the young men, Euryalus, makes a mistake. He mocks Odysseus. He suggests the stranger has no athletic skill. He implies Odysseus is only a merchant type, a man of trade, not a man of strength. It is not the cruel mockery of Ithaca's suitors' hall. It is youthful arrogance. But it touches a nerve. Because Odysseus has been stripped of recognition for too long. Odysseus stands. His body still aches, but his pride rises. He takes a discus. He throws, and the discus flies farther than anyone else's. It lands with a solid, undeniable finality. The room reacts. The mocker falls silent. And in that moment, Odysseus reminds the hall of something important. He is not only a man who suffered. He is a man who can still do. Alcinous smooths the moment. He accepts the display. He demands that Euryalus apologize. And the apology comes with a gift, a sword, not as a threat, as a repair. Because in this world, gifts are how you mend social damage. Then the celebration turns again. Dancers perform. Singers sing. The hall grows warm with art. And Odysseus, though he is still cautious, begins to feel something he has not felt in a long time. He begins to feel seen, not as a myth, as a guest, as a man. As the night deepens, Alcinous makes a decision. He says they will send Odysseus home. They will do it properly. They will gather gifts. They will prepare a ship. They will honor him as a guest friend. But first, Alcinous insists on one thing. The stranger must tell them his name. He must tell them his story. Because in this world, a gift without a name is incomplete. A ship without context is just a boat. And a king does not send away a man without understanding what forces might follow him. Odysseus sits with the weight of that request. He feels the temptation to stay hidden, to remain nobody. But he also feels something else. He feels the strange safety of being treated well. And he knows the truth. If he wants to get home, he must step fully into the human world again. He must become himself. So he prepares to speak. Not yet. Not in this section. But the moment is coming. The warm hall of the Phaeacians is a pause before the flood of memory. The place where a man who has been running for years finally sits down. And in the hush between songs and laughter, Odysseus takes a breath and feels the past pressing against his ribs. Because soon he will say his name. Soon he will open the long tale. And once he does, the room will no longer be able to see him as simply a stranger. They will see him as Odysseus. And Odysseus' story, once spoken aloud, has a way of changing the air in any hall it enters. In Alcinous' hall, the warmth is steady. The firelight does not flicker like a nervous thing. It simply glows, catching on bronze, turning cups into small mirrors, making faces look softer than they might look in daylight. The music has faded for now. The dancers have stepped back. The room is full of that special silence that only comes after a feast, when people have eaten enough to be calm and the air is thick with roasted meat and sweet wine and everyone is waiting for the next thing to fill the space. Odysseus sits among them with his hands resting on his knees. He can feel the weight of their attention without looking up. They are not staring like the suitors' hall stares. They are not measuring him like predators. They are waiting like hosts who have offered everything polite people can offer and now want the one gift a stranger cannot fake. A name. A story. Alcinous' voice is patient, but firm. He has promised a ship. He has promised safe passage. Now he asks again, as if the question must be spoken twice to become real. Who are you? Where have you suffered? Why did the sea throw you to our shore? Odysseus breathes in. He tastes wine and smoke, and something green from the gardens outside. He thinks for a moment about how strange it is to sit in a good hall again. A hall where laughter belongs to the host. A hall where food is given, not stolen. A hall where a stranger can speak without immediately being turned into entertainment. Then he speaks. Not with a shout. Not with a flourish. Just with the plainness of a man finally laying down a burden. I am Odysseus, he says. And in that name, the room seems to shift. Not because the Phaeacians recognize the shape of his face, because they recognize the shape of the name. It carries Troy in it. It carries ships. It carries the idea of a man who survived when others did not. Odysseus keeps going. He speaks of Ithaca. He speaks of Penelope's patience. He speaks of his son, now grown, now a person he has not truly met. Then he lowers his gaze, as if he is looking inward. "And since you ask," he says, "I will tell you the path that brought me here. I will tell you how my companions died. I will tell you what choices I made, good ones, foolish ones, and the ones I still taste like salt." The hall holds steady. Odysseus begins at the end, at Troy. Not with the full blaze of the war, because everyone has heard that part, and because repeating it would be like describing a storm to sailors who have already been wet. He tells them only what matters for the road. Troy fell. The smoke rose. The shouting ended. And then, as always, the world didn't become clean. It became complicated. Men who had fought side by side began to argue. Gods who had been offended began to sharpen their hidden knives. And the sea, patient, indifferent, waited for them all. Odysseus says he left with 12 ships, 12 hulls, cutting away from the wrecked coast. 12 crews full of men who had survived 10 years of war and believed, with the bruised optimism of the exhausted, that the hardest part was over. He lets that belief sit in the air for a moment, because everyone in the hall understands how human that belief is. Then he tells them how quickly it broke. The first place they landed was not a strange island full of monsters. It was a city with people. A normal shore, normal walls. A place that looked, from a distance, like any other coastal town a hungry crew might raid without thinking. Ismarus, city of the Cicones. Odysseus says they went ashore with the habits of soldiers still clinging to them. They attacked. They killed. They took what they could. Livestock, wine, women, supplies. The kind of spoils men convince themselves they deserve after war. And at first, it worked. The Cicones fled. The beach was theirs. The ships were loaded. Odysseus says this is where the first fracture appeared. Because in a raid, leaving early is often the safest choice. Take what you can and go. Do not linger. Do not turn victory into a picnic. But his men were tired. They saw food. They saw wine. They saw a coastline that felt quiet enough to trust. They wanted to sit. They wanted to feast. They wanted to pretend, for one night, that they were no longer hunted by war. Odysseus says he argued. He told them to push off. He told them the world was not finished with them. But a leader does not always control a crowd. Sometimes the crowd controls the leader by simply refusing to move. So they stayed. They slaughtered animals. They drank. They filled the night with noisy relief. And while they celebrated, the Cicones did what people do when they are hurt and humiliated. They called for help. They gathered neighbors. They returned at dawn, not as scattered victims, but as a force. Odysseus describes the moment the beach turned. Men running, shields lifted, the air filling with the sharp sound of missiles. The feast collapsing into panic. He fought. His men fought. They tried to hold the shore. But numbers tell their own story. And when the Cicones pressed hard enough, Odysseus finally gave the only order that mattered. Back to the ships. Row. Row like you mean to live. They got away, but not cleanly. Odysseus's voice goes quieter as he says what the sea carried from Ismarus. 6 men from each ship. Not some, not many. 6. A number that stays sharp in the mind because it is countable. Because you can picture it. 12 ships. 6 men missing from each. A loss that begins to hollow the journey before the true strangeness even starts. Odysseus pauses there, letting the hall feel the weight. He does not say it directly, but the implication is clear. The first deaths after Troy were not caused by gods. They were caused by appetite, by the inability to leave, by the human urge to turn safety into celebration too soon. Still, Ismarus gave him something else. Odysseus tells the Phaeacians about a man he spared, Maron, a priest tied to Apollo's sacred place. Odysseus says he could have killed him. He could have taken everything. But the priest begged for mercy, and Odysseus, in a rare moment of restraint, listened. In return, Maron gave him gifts. Not gold, not jewels. Wine. A dark, potent wine, so strong it could be mixed with many measures of water and still bite. Odysseus says he took it because a gift is a bridge, and because he sensed the wine might matter later. He didn't know how soon. After Ismarus, the sea turned mean. Odysseus does not romanticize it. He says the wind rose. He says it pushed them away from the route home. He says they lost their sense of direction in the endless sameness of water. For days, the ships were at the mercy of weather. They ate what they could. They drank sparingly. They watched the sky the way farmers watch it when the ground is cracked. The storm did not kill them outright. It did something more exhausting. It kept them alive while refusing to let them arrive. 9 days, Odysseus says. 9 days of being blown off course. 9 days of the sea, reminding them that victory on land does not buy authority over waves. On the 10th, the storm loosened, and they came to shore. Not a hostile shore, not an armed shore, a quiet one. A place where the trees looked calm and the air smelled warm. The land of the Lotus-Eaters. Odysseus says he sent a small group inland to scout, as leaders do. Find water, find people. Find out whether you are about to be welcomed or hunted. The Lotus-Eaters, he says, were gentle. No spears, no walls, no shouting. They offered food. And the food they offered was not meat or bread. It was lotus, a fruit that tasted sweet, a sweetness that did not simply sit on the tongue. It reached deeper. It softened the mind. It made the idea of later disappear. Odysseus's men ate it. And as soon as they did, they changed. Not violently, not dramatically. They simply stopped caring. They stopped caring about Ithaca. They stopped caring about home. They stopped caring about the ship waiting at the shore. Odysseus says they wanted to stay. They wanted to sit with the Lotus-Eaters and eat and let the days slip by like warm water. He describes the way it frightened him. Because a monster that bites your arm is obvious. You fight. You bleed. You either win or die. But a danger that makes you comfortable, too comfortable, is harder to recognize. It dissolves the will. It turns a man into a person who cannot even explain why he has stopped moving. Odysseus says he did not negotiate. He did not plead. He did what a leader sometimes has to do when his men's minds are no longer fully their own. He dragged them back. They wept. They resisted. They called the lotus sweet, as if sweetness was reason enough to abandon everything. Odysseus forced them onto the ships. He tied them down under the benches. He ordered the others to row immediately, fearing the fruit would spread its quiet disease. The Phaeacians listen, and Odysseus can feel their understanding. Because the Lotus-Eaters are not just a strange people. They are a kind of warning. About forgetting. About the way the mind will trade meaning for ease if you let it. Then Odysseus brings them to the place where the story grows darker. The land of the Cyclops. He says the shoreline looked rich, green fields, good pasture, a place that seemed as if it could support life easily. But as they approached, the feeling changed. There were no towns, no public gathering places, no walls, no smoke rising from orderly hearths, just scattered caves, and huge shapes moving with their animals. The Cyclops, Odysseus says, lived without councils, without laws, each family alone, each cave its own world. a people untouched by the agreements that keep humans from tearing each other apart. Odysseus admits something here that he does not sound proud of. He says he was curious. He says he wanted to see. He says he believed, in a dangerous way, that a clever man could enter any place and leave with a gift. So when they found a cave filled with provisions, baskets of cheese, pens full of lambs and kids, bowls of milk, his men begged him to do the sensible thing. Take the food. Take the cheese. Take what you can carry. Go back to the ships. Leave. Odysseus refused. He wanted the host. He wanted to speak. He wanted the formal exchange that hospitality demands. He wanted, he says now, a gift. A guest gift. Something that would prove the world still ran by rules, even here. The Phaeacians hear the quiet regret in his voice. Because they know this. A man can be brave and still be foolish. A man can be clever and still let pride guide him into a trap. Odysseus chose 12 men. He chose the strongest, the most steady. He brought them into the cave. And he brought the wine from Marin. Not because he was planning a trick yet, because something in him sensed he might need a lever. They waited. They lit a fire. They ate some cheese. They tried to treat the cave like a home. Then the Cyclops returned. Polyphemus. A single eye in the center of his forehead. A body massive enough that the cave itself seemed built around him. He drove his flock in front of him. He rolled a stone across the entrance, an enormous boulder that sealed the cave like a door no human could open. Odysseus says that was the first moment he understood. This was not a house where you could leave when you wished. This was a place where the host controlled the threshold. Polyphemus noticed them. He did not react with surprise the way a polite man would. He reacted with suspicion. He asked who they were, where they had come from, what kind of men sailed the sea. Odysseus, still trying to pull the situation into the shape of normal life, spoke of hospitality. He invoked Zeus. He spoke of guests. He asked for the respect owed to strangers. Polyphemus laughed, not loudly, with a kind of contempt that feels worse than shouting. He said the Cyclops did not care about Zeus. He said they did not care about the laws of men. And then, as if to prove it, he reached out and grabbed 2 of Odysseus's men, like a person grabbing food from a bowl. He killed them. He ate them. Odysseus says he can still hear it. The crunch of bone. The wet sound of flesh. The way the cave filled with a smell that had nothing to do with sheep. His men froze. Odysseus froze. Because there are moments where cleverness cannot find a foothold. Moments where all you can do is watch, helpless, and feel the world tilt into nightmare. That night, Polyphemus lay down and slept. Odysseus says he considered killing him. He had a sword. He could have driven it into the Cyclops' body. He could have ended the monster while he slept. But then Odysseus looked at the stone, the massive boulder, and he understood the trap within the trap. If Polyphemus died, the stone would still be there. No one inside could move it. Killing the Cyclops would turn them into corpses waiting in the dark. So Odysseus did what he has done again and again. He swallowed his fury. He waited. In the morning, Polyphemus rose. He milked his animals with casual routine. He ate 2 more men. Then he rolled the stone aside just enough to let the flock out. He went to pasture, and he sealed the cave again. Odysseus says the hours that followed were some of the longest of his life. He walked the cave. He studied the pens. He studied the tools. He saw a great olive stake, raw and heavy, the kind of thing Polyphemus could use as a club. Odysseus and his men worked it into a weapon. They cut it. They sharpened it. They hardened the point in the fire. Then they hid it under dung and straw so the Cyclops would not notice. Odysseus chose 4 men to help him. 4 steady hands. 4 men who could hold a stake and drive it with force. When Polyphemus returned in the evening, the horror repeated. 2 more men. Gone. Odysseus says that by then, grief had tightened into something more practical. If they did not act, they would all be eaten. So he offered Polyphemus wine, the strong, dark wine from Marin. Polyphemus drank. He drank again. He drank as if he had never tasted anything so rich. The Cyclops' eye grew heavy. His voice grew loose. And in that loosened state, he made the mistake of playing the hospitality game he had mocked. He asked Odysseus his name. He promised a guest gift. Odysseus gave him a name that was not a name. Nobody, he said. Polyphemus laughed. He promised the gift. He said he would eat nobody last. Then he collapsed into sleep. Odysseus says the silence after that collapse felt unreal, as if the cave itself was holding its breath. He woke his men. They pulled the stake from hiding. They thrust it into the fire until the point glowed. Then they moved together, 4 men holding, Odysseus guiding. They drove the stake into Polyphemus's eye. Odysseus does not dwell on the gore. He describes the sound. A scream that filled the cave and rolled out toward the night. Polyphemus thrashed. He tore the stake out. Blood poured. He roared for help. And outside, other Cyclops called back, sleepy and irritated. What is wrong? Who is hurting you? Polyphemus shouted the answer. Nobody is hurting me. Nobody is killing me. And the other Cyclops, hearing it as a complaint without a subject, responded the only way they could. If nobody is hurting you, then it must be a god. Pray. Sleep. They walked away. Odysseus says that was the moment he felt the strange double edge of his own mind. Cleverness saved them. But cleverness does not erase fear. They still had to leave. And the stone was still there. In the morning, blind Polyphemus rolled the entrance open for the flock. He sat in the doorway, feeling the backs of the animals as they passed. He planned to catch the men trying to escape. Odysseus says he watched the sheep and realized the only path was beneath them. So they tied themselves under the bellies of the largest rams. Not riding. Hanging. Clinging. Breathing shallow, praying the knots would hold. When the flock moved out, Polyphemus's hands slid over wool. He did not feel the men beneath. Odysseus passed through the doorway inches from the Cyclops' grasp. He felt the air change as he left the cave. He felt morning light on his face. He felt freedom, thin and fragile but real. They ran. They reached the ships. They pushed off. And as the shoreline began to fall away, Odysseus says his men begged him to stay quiet. Do not speak. Do not taunt. Do not pull the Cyclops' anger closer. But Odysseus, carried by the rush of escape and the old poison of pride, called back. He shouted that the Cyclops had been punished for breaking hospitality. He shouted that the Cyclops should remember who blinded him. His men pleaded. Odysseus shouted again. And then, finally, he did the most dangerous thing of all. He gave Polyphemus his true name, Odysseus, son of Laertes, of Ithaca. He tells the Phaeacians that as soon as the name left his mouth, he felt it like a mistake landing. Because names are not just labels. They are handles. They are what enemies use to pull you back. Polyphemus lifted his head toward the sound. Blind, bleeding, shaking with rage, he tore a great piece of rock from the cliff. He hurled it. The boulder hit the sea with a crash that sent water surging, nearly knocking the ship back toward shore. Odysseus's men rowed harder. They got distance. And Polyphemus, standing at the edge of the land, raised his hands to the sky and prayed. Not to Zeus, to Poseidon, Father, sea god, the one whose anger travels faster than ships. Polyphemus asked for revenge. He asked that Odysseus never reach home, or if he did reach it, that he arrive late, alone, and broken. Odysseus stops speaking for a moment when he reaches that prayer, because even now, years later, he can feel the weight of it. A curse spoken into open air, a curse carried by wind, a curse anchored to the sea itself. In the hall, the Phaeacians sit very still. They can hear, in the shape of the story, how a single moment of pride can ripple outward. How a man can survive a monster's cave and still endanger himself with his own mouth. Odysseus looks down at his hands again. He flexes his fingers as if remembering the rope under a ram's belly, the heat of a steak, the slick feel of salt. Then he lifts his eyes. And after that, he says softly, the sea became less like water and more like a grudge. He pauses. The firelight catches on the rim of his cup. The hall waits. Because everyone understands the next part will be worse. Not because the monsters get bigger. Because the consequences get closer. And Odysseus, having spoken his name, can no longer hide behind being nobody. Now he must tell them what it cost. Odysseus looks around Alcinous's hall as if checking whether the room is still real. He has spoken his name. He has opened the door to memory. And now the memories come the way waves come, one after another, each carrying something sharp. The sea became a grudge, he repeats, almost to himself. And yet we kept sailing. He tells them that after the Cyclops' island fell behind them, the men rowed as if distance could erase what they had done. They wanted to believe that blinding Polyphemus was the end of that story. They wanted to believe that the sea would go back to being just water. But Odysseus says the sea is never just anything. It is a road. It is a wall. It is a mouth. And once Poseidon's attention is on you, every crest feels like it has an opinion. They sailed on. The ships, fewer now, men fewer, laughter smaller, cut toward the next horizon. And then, for the first time in what felt like weeks, the wind became kind. Not the random kindness of weather, the deliberate kindness of someone controlling it. They came to an island that did not feel wild. It felt arranged. The air moved smoothly. The sea around it seemed calm, as if the water itself was listening. Odysseus calls it the floating island of Aeolia, home of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. He does not describe Aeolus as a raging god. Aeolus, in Odysseus's telling, feels more like a careful manager of invisible forces. A ruler in a place where the air is a resource. A host who understands that wind can be gift or weapon. Aeolus welcomed Odysseus, not with suspicion, with curiosity. He had heard of Troy. He had heard of the clever man from Ithaca, and he treated Odysseus like a guest worth feeding. For a full month, Odysseus says, Aeolus kept them. A month of rest that almost felt like a repair. A month of warm meals and calmer sleep. A month where the men's faces began to look less haunted. But even during that rest, Odysseus says the need to return home never stopped pressing. Because rest is sweet, but rest that delays home becomes bitter. When it was time to leave, Aeolus offered help. Not vague well wishes. Actual control. He took a fresh ox hide and made it into a bag. Then he did something that still amazes Odysseus when he remembers it. He gathered the winds. All of them. The wild ones. the ones that tear sails, the ones that drive ships into cliffs, the ones that tangle crews in endless circles. He stuffed them into the bag like living animals. He tied it shut with a silver cord. And then he left out only one wind, a steady breeze that would push Odysseus straight toward Ithaca. Odysseus's men watched the bag with uneasy eyes. Because men understand gifts, but they also understand that a gift this powerful is close to a test. Odysseus placed the bag near himself. He watched it the way you watch a sleeping animal that might wake up angry. Then they sailed. And for 9 days, the sea behaved. The wind held. The ship moved like it had finally been allowed to move. The shoreline of Ithaca, Odysseus says, became visible. Not a dream, not imagined. Actual land. He could see smoke. He could see the shape of the hills. He could almost taste the olive trees. Odysseus says his heart rose into his throat. For a moment, it felt as if the story might end simply. A ship arrives. A man steps onto his own shore. A household is restored. But the Odyssey is not the kind of story that allows simple endings. Because the danger was not only outside. The danger was sitting on the benches with him. The men, watching Odysseus guard that bag, began to whisper. They told themselves a story. Odysseus must be hiding treasure. Odysseus must have been given gold. Odysseus must have been rewarded more than the rest of them. Their thinking, Odysseus says, was the thinking of exhausted people who want the world to be fair in the simplest way. If the leader has something, the men want it too. If the leader is favored, the men feel cheated. Even if the favor is actually a tool meant to save them. Odysseus, worn down by steering and vigilance, finally nodded off. Just for a moment. Just long enough for the men to make their choice. They untied the bag. And when the silver cord loosened, the winds escaped. Not gently, like animals released from a cage. The deck snapped with sudden gusts. The sail whipped. The sea around them turned confused and violent. The ship, which had been gliding toward Ithaca, spun. And the winds, angry from being trapped, drove them backward. Away from home. Back across the same water. Back toward Aeolia. Odysseus wakes in the chaos. He understands immediately. He does not need an explanation. He sees the open bag. He feels the wind's cruelty. And in that moment, he says something in the hall that makes the Phaeacians' faces tighten. He says he wanted to throw himself into the sea, not as drama, as exhaustion, as the sudden collapse of hope after seeing Ithaca's shoreline. But Odysseus did not throw himself in. Because even in despair, he carries responsibility like a habit. He steadied the ship. He brought them back to Elis's island. And here Odysseus tells the Phaeacians the hardest part. Aeolus did not welcome them the second time. He looked at Odysseus and saw something different now. Not a guest. A man cursed. A man disliked by the gods. Aeolus refused to help. He said, in effect, that he would not fight Zeus's will. If the gods wanted Odysseus delayed, then delay was what Odysseus would have. Odysseus left Aeolia with no bag, no controlled wind, and a crew suddenly forced to face the truth. Their own hands had undone their closest chance at home. They sailed again. Not with hope, with stubbornness. And stubbornness can keep you alive a long time. But it can also keep you walking into trouble. For 6 days they traveled, until they reached another land. A harbor appeared, narrow entrance, high cliffs, calm water inside. At first glance, it looked like the kind of safe place sailors dream of. A sheltered bay, a place to anchor, a place where the sea cannot roll in with teeth. Most of the ships went in. They tied up close together. They rested. Odysseus, cautious now in a way he hadn't been before the Cyclops' cave, did not bring his ship inside. He anchored outside the harbor's mouth, not because he could name the danger, because a part of him had learned the lesson of closed spaces. Closed spaces are for traps. Odysseus sent scouts, 2 men, and a herald. They walked inland, and soon they met a girl carrying a pitcher. She looked ordinary, which, Odysseus says, is the problem. Because the most dangerous places do not always advertise themselves. The girl led them to a house, a big house, a house that belonged to the ruler of that land. And inside, the scouts met a woman, enormous, not just tall, scaled wrong for a human. She was the king's wife, and when she spoke, her voice had the calm confidence of something that does not worry about being resisted. Before the scouts could fully understand what they were seeing, she called for her husband, Antiphate, king of the Laestrygonians. He arrived. And he did what Polyphemus did. He treated a human being like meat. He grabbed one of the men. He ate him. Odysseus says the scouts fled. They ran back toward the harbor. Behind them, the land erupted. The Laestrygonians poured out. Not men, giants. Huge bodies with boulders in their hands. They attacked the harbor like children smashing toys. They hurled rocks. They shattered hulls. They crushed men. The ships were trapped inside that calm bay, tied together, easy targets. The harbor that looked like safety became a bowl, and the bowl became a slaughterhouse. Odysseus watches from outside. He sees ships splinter. He hears men scream. He sees the water churn with wreckage. And he can do nothing. No clever trick. No negotiation. Just the brutal math of being trapped. Odysseus cut his rope. He ordered his men to row. His ship, only his ship, escaped. He tells the Phaeacians that this is one of the moments that still wakes him in the night. Because leadership sometimes means living with the fact that you survived where others didn't. And survival, when it is lonely, can feel like a kind of guilt. When they were finally out in open water again, Odysseus looked back and counted. 12 ships had left Troy. Now there was one. One ship. One crew. And a leader who no longer had the comfort of imagining that losses could be repaired. They sailed on. The men were quiet. Not the quiet of calm. The quiet of people who have seen enough to stop wasting breath. Eventually they reached another island. Atoa. Odysseus says this land felt different from the first moment. There was thick forest. There was smoke rising. There was the smell of something cooked. And there was a feeling, hard to describe but real, that someone lived there who did not want to be surprised. Odysseus anchored. He called the men together. They were hungry. They were tired. But they were also scared now in a way they could not pretend away. Odysseus divided the crew into 2 groups. Half would scout. Half would stay with the ship. He drew lots. The lot fell to Eurylochus. Eurylochus was not a coward, but he was the kind of man who survives by being suspicious. He took 22 men and walked inland. Odysseus stayed behind with the rest. He waited. And waiting, after so many disasters, felt like standing on a cliff edge, watching fog. Eurylochus's group found a house, not a rough hut. A polished home set in the forest like a jewel, and around it were animals. Wolves. Lions. But they did not snarl. They did not attack. They moved like tame pets. They watched the men with alert, strange eyes. That should have been a warning, because a wild animal that behaves like a domestic one is telling you something is wrong. The men heard singing from inside. A woman's voice. Clear, Beautiful. The kind of voice that makes a man forget he is hungry and remember he is human. Circe, daughter of Helios, a goddess, or close enough, a witch, a force. She opened the door. She smiled. And the men, drawn by exhaustion and by the habit of trusting hospitality, stepped inside. Circe fed them. She gave them bread. She gave them cheese. She gave them wine. Then she did the thing that makes the Phaeacians lean forward in their seats. She stirred herbs into the drink. Not poison, not a quick death, a change. The men drank. Their thoughts blurred. Their bodies began to shift. They dropped to all fours. Their voices turned into squeals. Their faces lengthened. Their skin became bristled. And where there had been soldiers, there were now pigs. Eurylochus did not drink. Odysseus says Eurylochus hung back. He watched. He felt the wrongness in the air. And when the transformation happened, he ran. He fled back to the ship with panic in his throat. He reached Odysseus and poured the story out. The house. The voice. The feast. The pigs. Odysseus does not pretend he was calm. He says his blood went cold, then hot, then focused. Because there is a particular kind of rage that comes when you lose men to something you cannot even fight with a sword. Odysseus grabbed his weapon. He ordered Eurylochus to stay. He set off alone toward Circe's house. And this, Odysseus says, is where the story could have ended. Because a man walking alone into a witch's home is not a man likely to return. But the gods, as always, were not finished using him. On the path, Hermes appeared. Not in a dream. In daylight. A young man with a traveler's look, but with eyes that held too much knowing. Hermes stopped Odysseus and spoke plainly. He told him Circe would try to enchant him. He told him not to drink her potion. And he gave Odysseus something small but decisive. A plant. Moly. White flower. Black root. A thing hard for mortals to pull from the ground. Hermes told him to carry it. It would protect him. Then Hermes gave him instructions. When Circe offers the drink, accept it. When she strikes you with her wand, do not change. Then draw your sword. Threaten her. Do not kill her. Force her to swear an oath. Force her to promise she will not harm you. Odysseus listens. He does not question Hermes. When a god offers a tool, you take it. You do not waste time asking whether you deserve it. Odysseus reaches Circe's house. The animals outside watch him. Their eyes feel too human. Their stillness feels like a warning made polite. Circe opens the door. She smiles again. She invites him in as if she has done nothing wrong. She offers food. She offers wine. Odysseus accepts. He drinks. And nothing happens. Circe's eyes narrow. She lifts her wand. She strikes him. And still nothing happens. Odysseus stands. He draws his sword. The blade catches light. Circe's smile breaks. For the first time, she looks like someone facing a consequence. She realizes what he is. Or at least she realizes what forces are behind him. She cries out, half in fear, half in shocked recognition. "You must be Odysseus," she says. And Odysseus, hearing his own name spoken by someone who tried to turn his men into animals, feels the old truth again. A name is a handle. Circe backs away. Odysseus holds the sword steady. He demands the oath. Circe swears. Not casually. With the kind of words that bind. She promises she will not harm him. And once the oath is spoken, the atmosphere changes. Circe becomes a host instead of a trap. She leads Odysseus to where the pigs are kept. She touches them. She gives them another potion. And slowly, painfully, the men return. Arms, legs, hands, faces, voices. They stand again as humans, trembling, ashamed, relieved. Odysseus gathers them. He brings them back toward the ship. Eurylochus sees them and stares as if he is seeing ghosts. But then another problem rises. The men, restored, do not want to leave. Circe offers comfort. She offers a full table. She offers warm beds. She offers the gentleness of a place not actively trying to kill them. After years of fear and hunger, that gentleness feels like salvation. So they stay. Odysseus tells the Phaeacians' faces how long. A year. A full year on Circe's island. Feasting. Resting. Letting time soften the sharp edges of loss. And Odysseus admits something that makes the story feel human again. He says that for a while, he also let himself rest. He slept. He ate. He listened to Circe's voice without flinching. He let his body stop bracing for the next blow. Because a person cannot live forever in a fight. Eventually, the body demands pause. But time, even when it is pleasant, does not stop the pull of home. A year passes. The men begin to look at Odysseus again with that old question in their eyes. Are we going? Or are we staying until we forget our own names? Odysseus finally rises from the softness. He tells Circe they must leave. Circe does not fight him. Not with spells. Not this time. She does something more complicated. She helps. But her help comes with a condition. A warning. A truth Odysseus does not want. If he wants to get home, she says, he must do something that sounds impossible. He must go down. He must go to the land of the dead. He must speak to the prophet Tiresias. He must ask the dead for directions. Odysseus feels the chill of it even in Circe's warm house. He has faced monsters. He has faced storms. He has faced hunger. But the dead are different. You cannot trick them the same way. You cannot bribe them. And you cannot fight them into giving you what you want. Yet Circe's words carry the weight of certainty. This is the path. Odysseus tells Alcinous's hall that he heard Circe's instructions and felt his stomach drop. Because every time he thought the road home was a line, it became a spiral. But he also understood something. The Odyssey is not a story about sailing in a straight direction. It is a story about paying the costs you've delayed. So Odysseus agrees. He prepares. The ship will sail again, not toward Ithaca, toward the edge of the living world. And in Alcinous's hall, the firelight seems to dim slightly, as if the room itself is bracing. Because Odysseus's next memory is not a monster's cave or a witch's table. It is the underworld. And he is about to tell them what it feels like to walk where breath does not belong. Odysseus says that when Circe told him to go to the dead, the room inside her house did not change. The fire still burned. The food still smelled warm. The forest outside still breathed quietly. Only Odysseus changed. Because there are some instructions that land on a person like a stone. You can carry it, but you feel the weight immediately. He had imagined many roads back to Ithaca. He had imagined fighting. He had imagined tricking. He had imagined storms. He had not imagined asking directions from a man whose breath had stopped. Yet Circe's voice held that calm certainty that makes refusal feel childish. This is what you must do. So Odysseus returned to his ship. He gathered his men. He told them. And the men's faces tightened the way faces do when fear is trying to stay quiet. Because warriors can face blades. They can face hunger. They can even face giants if the giant has a body you can stab. But the underworld is not a thing you fight. It is a place where the normal rules of winning don't exist. Still, they prepared. Circe gave them what they needed. Not a map, not an escort. Ingredients, ritual objects. The kind of supplies that tell you this journey is not physical first. It is spiritual. They loaded black sheep. They loaded a dark ram. They loaded honey, milk, wine, water, barley meal. Odysseus lists the items with the precision of a man who knows that in ritual, forgetting one detail can mean disaster. Then they sailed. Not toward a familiar coastline, toward the edge, toward a place where daylight feels thin. Odysseus tells Alcinous's hall that the sea during this part of the journey felt different. Not rough, not calm, uninterested. As if the water itself was withholding commentary. The sky stayed heavy. The air grew cooler. Even the sound of the oars seemed quieter, as if the world did not want to announce them. They reached a land that felt like dusk even at midday. The Cimmerians' country, a place where fog sits low, where the sun's path seems blocked, where shadows look older. Odysseus says they beached the ship and stepped onto ground that felt damp and silent. The men did not talk much. They moved carefully, not because they expected an ambush, but because speaking loudly near the dead feels wrong. Circe had told Odysseus where to go. To the meeting place of rivers. To the place where the underworld's boundaries are thin. Odysseus led the way. He carried the supplies. He carried his sword. That detail matters. Because even though a sword cannot kill what is already dead, it can still draw a line. Sometimes, that is all you have. When they reached the spot, Odysseus began the ritual exactly as he had been taught. He dug a pit, not a deep grave, a careful trench, wide enough to be a doorway. He poured offerings into it. First honey, mixed with milk, then sweet wine, then water, then barley meal sprinkled like dust. He spoke prayers, not casual words, promised words. He promised the dead things, a barren cow back in Ithaca, a black sheep, gifts that would be paid later because the living are always bargaining with the dead. Then he cut the throats of the sheep. The blood poured. Dark, thick, warm against cold air. Odysseus does not say this to be gruesome. He says it because this is the key. The dead are not drawn by conversation. They are drawn by blood, by life's last warmth, by the one thing they no longer have. And as the blood pooled in the pit, Odysseus says the air changed, not with a dramatic sound, with a feeling, a pressure, a tightening, as if the darkness behind the fog leaned closer. Then the dead came, not marching, not with armor, not with the weight of living bodies. They came as shapes, as whispers, as pale outlines that looked like people remembered from far away. Women, men, young, old. Odysseus says they gathered on the edge of the pit, drawn to the blood. They made a sound that was not quite speech, more like wind through dry reeds. And the men with Odysseus began to tremble, because the living body recognizes what it is not meant to touch. Odysseus held his sword over the pit. He shouted, not at the dead, at himself. He reminded himself of the instruction. No one drinks the blood until Tiresias does. No one. Because if the wrong shade drinks first, the moment can be wasted. The dead pressed closer. Some reached. Some leaned. Odysseus's grip tightened. He swung his sword to keep them back. He was not striking flesh. He was striking at the instinct to invade. The instinct of hunger. Then, out of the crowd of shades, one came forward. A young man. A familiar face. Odysseus's breath caught. Elpenor. One of his own. One of the men who had died on Circe's island. Not in battle. Not by monster. By accident. Odysseus says the last time he saw Elpenor, he was drunk. A boyish man, careless with his own body. He had slept on Circe's roof. He had woken in the morning, startled. He had fallen. His neck broke. And in the rush of leaving, in the fear and preparation for the underworld, the crew had not buried him. They had not honored him. They had not even known in the moment what had happened. Now Elpenor's shade stood there, pale and pleading. Odysseus's throat tightened. Because the underworld does not let you forget what you skipped. Elpenor spoke. He begged. Do not leave me unburied. Do not let my body rot without honor. Do not let my name dissolve. Burn me. Pile stones. Place my ore on the mound so sailors will remember me. Odysseus says he promised. And the promise felt like a bruise. Because even a great leader can forget one man. And that forgotten man can come back as a debt. Elpenor stepped back into the crowd of shades. And Odysseus waited for the one he came for. Soon another shape approached. Older. Stranger. But carrying a presence that made the other shades seem quieter. This was Tiresias's shade. The blind prophet. Even in death, still sharp with knowledge. Odysseus held the line. He let Tiresias step to the pit. He let him drink the blood. And when Tiresias drank, his shape seemed to firm, as if the blood gave him enough life to speak like a person again. Tiresias looked, without eyes, directly at Odysseus. Odysseus says it felt like being seen through, not judged, measured. Then Tiresias spoke. He said Odysseus's trouble did not end with leaving Troy. It did not even end with surviving the sea. Because Poseidon's anger still stood like a wall. But, Tiresias said, Odysseus would reach home. He would reach Ithaca. Not quickly, not smoothly, but he would reach it. Then Tiresias's voice sharpened. He gave warnings. He gave conditions. Because prophecy is rarely a gift without strings. He spoke of an island ahead. Thrinacia, island of Helios's cattle. Cattle that are not ordinary animals. Cattle that are sacred. Cattle that are counted. Watched. Protected by gods who do not forgive theft. Tiresias said Odysseus must keep his men away from those cattle. No matter how hungry. No matter how tired. No matter how close home feels. If they touch the cattle, Tiresias said, disaster will follow. The ship will be destroyed. The men will die. And Odysseus will reach Ithaca alone. Late. Broken. Odysseus hears this in the hall and pauses. He looks around, because Alcinous's people can see the shape of it now. Polyphemus's curse. Tiresias's warning. Two different mouths saying the same bitter possibility. Alone. Odysseus's voice grows quieter. Because then Tiresias spoke of home itself. Odysseus would not find Ithaca waiting like a peaceful bed. He would find trouble. Men in his house. Men eating his food. Men pressuring his wife. Men disrespecting his son. Tiresias does not say suitors, but Odysseus hears it. He hears the shape of it. He hears the kind of rot that grows when a king's absence goes too long. Tiresias told him what he must do. Return. End the disorder. take back the household. He did not describe it as a glorious battle. He described it like necessary cleaning, a hard act to restore balance. Then Tiresias said something Odysseus did not expect. Even after Odysseus sets his house right, his debt to Poseidon will not be fully paid. There would be another journey, not across the sea, across land. Odysseus would have to take an oar and walk inland until he reached people who did not know the sea. People who, seeing the oar, would think it was a winnowing fan. Only then, Tiresias said, would Odysseus plant the oar in the ground and make sacrifices to Poseidon. Only then would Poseidon's anger ease. And only then would Odysseus be allowed a quiet end, not a dramatic death, a peaceful one, from the sea, away from storms. Odysseus sits with that prophecy like a cold stone in his stomach, because even peaceful sounds strange to him now. His life has been too loud, too sharp, too fought, but Tiresias finished. And as his words faded, his shape began to thin. The blood's effect was passing. Odysseus felt the urgency of time, because there was something else he wanted. Not prophecy, comfort. He wanted to speak to his mother, Anticlea's shade. He had not known she was dead. He had not received news. A man at sea does not get letters. A man at sea learns death late. Odysseus says that when he saw Anticlea among the shades, he felt the world tilt. Her face, her posture, the familiar shape of her hands, the way she stood as if she was still waiting for him at a doorway. He wanted to run to her. He wanted to hold her. But he remembered the rule. No one drinks the blood until Tiresias does. Now Tiresias had. So Odysseus let his mother step forward. He let her drink. And for a moment she became more present, as if the blood gave her memory enough strength to feel like herself. Odysseus spoke her name. Mother. The word came out rough, because men who have been surviving often forget how to sound like sons. Anticlea looked at him, and she said the thing that breaks him again. She asked why he was here, why he had come to the dead, why he had not come home. Odysseus tried to explain. He told her about storms, about gods, about shipwrecks, about delays that were not choices. And Anticlea listened. Then she told him what he needed and what he did not want. She told him she died of longing, not by spear, not by sickness, by the slow wearing down of waiting. Odysseus feels the pain of that like a knife turned gently, because he has been thinking of home as a fixed point. But home has been moving. People have been aging, dying, changing, while he fought the sea. Anticlea told him about Ithaca. She told him Penelope still held the household. She still refused to choose. She still endured. But the pressure was constant. The suitors' feast, the suitors' arrogance, the slow draining of stores. Anticlea told him about Telemachus, that he was no longer a child, that he had begun to speak, that he had begun to seek news. Odysseus listens in Alcinomos's hall, and his fingers tighten on his cup, because this is the first time he hears that his son has moved. And he feels pride and grief braided together. Pride, because Telemachus is acting. Grief, because Odysseus was not there to guide him. Then Odysseus says he tried to do the thing every human instinct demands. He tried to touch his mother. He reached. His arms closed. And he held nothing. His hands passed through mist. Anticlea's shape stayed on the other side of air. Odysseus tried again and again. 3 times. 3 times he held absence. And that, he says, is one of the cruelest truths of the underworld. You can see. You can speak. But you cannot hold. Anticlea told him why. The dead are shadows. The body's strength is gone. Only the mind's outline remains. Then she began to fade, the blood's borrowed life slipping away. Odysseus begged her to stay. But the underworld does not bargain with grief. It simply continues. After his mother's shade stepped back, more shades pressed forward. And Odysseus realized a dangerous truth. He could stay here and talk forever. The dead would keep coming. The blood would keep drawing them. And the more he stayed, the more his mind might begin to belong to this place. Still, he says, the underworld is not only fear. It is knowledge. It is history. It is the aftermath of every choice. And some of the shades who approached were not strangers. They were names. Famous names. Men whose lives had been loud enough that even the dead still seemed to carry an echo. He saw Agamemnon's shade, the great commander, murdered at home. Agamemnon spoke bitterly. He warned Odysseus about returning. He warned him about trust. He warned him about the danger of a household that has been left too long without its center. Agamemnon's story was not new to Odysseus, but hearing it from the dead gives it a colder edge. Because the dead speak without hope. They speak like people who have already seen the end. Agamemnon told Odysseus to be cautious with his wife. Odysseus says he listened and felt anger rise. Not at Agamemnon. At the insult hidden inside the warning. Because Penelope in Odysseus's mind is not Clytemnestra. Penelope is endurance. Penelope is cleverness. Penelope is loyalty. But in the underworld, even loyalty is treated like a thing that can be broken. That is what fear does. Then Odysseus saw Achilles' shade. And this, he says, made the underworld feel unreal. Achilles, the fastest, the most famous, the man whose anger could change a war. Odysseus approached him with respect. He praised him. He told him he was honored in the living world. He told him his name was still sung. He told him he was still treated like a kind of god among men. Achilles listened. Then he said something that silenced Odysseus's pride. He said he would rather be alive as a poor laborer than king over all the dead. Odysseus repeats this in Alcinous's hall with a quiet seriousness. Because it is one of the story's simplest truths. Glory is beautiful from far away, but from the inside, life is what people want. Even a small life. Achilles asked about his son, Neoptolemus, and Odysseus told him. He told him the boy fought well. He told him he survived. He told him his son carried his name with strength. And for a moment, Achilles' shade seemed to brighten. Not because joy returns fully. Because even in death, a father wants to know his child endured. Odysseus saw others. Ajax's shade, still angry. Still refusing to speak to Odysseus because of the old quarrel over armor. The underworld holds grudges the way seawater holds salt. It does not evaporate. It just sits. Odysseus also saw figures who looked like warnings given shape. Tantalus, reaching for water he cannot drink, reaching for fruit he cannot eat, forever. And Sisyphus, pushing a stone uphill, watching it roll down, doing it again. Odysseus does not linger on them. He mentions them like a man pointing toward cliffs. This is what it looks like when the gods decide you will not be allowed to finish. This is what endlessness is. And suddenly Odysseus says he felt fear rise sharper than before. Not fear of dying, fear of being stuck. Fear of becoming a shade who wanders without end. He felt the urge to flee. Then, like a final heavy note, he saw the shape of a great hunter, Heracles, or something like it. Odysseus does not insist on details here. He says only that the underworld showed him how even the strongest figures can end up in strange places. Strength does not buy escape from fate. Eventually, Odysseus says he could not hold the ritual longer. The dead were crowding. The air felt thick. He could not keep them back forever. And the blood's pull was not something he wanted to test. So he ended it. He stepped away. He gathered his men. They ran back toward the ship, not because something chased them with claws, because the place itself felt like it was trying to keep their attention. They pushed the ship off. They rowed. And when the shore fell behind them, Odysseus felt his lungs fill more deeply, as if the living world had a different air. They returned to Circe's island. Because that was part of the path. You do not simply leave the underworld and go home. You must come back through the door you entered. On Aia, Circe received them. And this time her welcome felt almost gentle. She asked what they had seen. Odysseus told her enough. Not every shade, not every detail, but the warnings, the prophecies, the debts. Circe listened. Then she reminded him of the next obstacles, not in vague language, in practical instruction. Because Circe, whatever else she is, understands that survival needs specifics. There would be sirens. There would be a song that makes men forget they are dying. There would be Scylla, a cliff creature with many heads. There would be Charybdis, a whirlpool that drinks the sea. There would be Helios's cattle, the sacred herd, the hunger test. And before any of that, Circe said there was one thing Odysseus owed. Elpenor's burial, Odysseus's promise. So the crew went to the place where Elpenor's body lay. They washed it. They built a pyre. They burned it. They wept. Not only for Elpenor, for the idea that any of them could die in a stupid moment, for the way war teaches you to watch for spears, but not for roofs. When the fire cooled, they piled stones. They set Elpenor's oar on top. A marker. A small statement that said, this man existed. Then they returned to Circe's house for one last night. And that night, Odysseus says, he lay awake. Because the underworld does not leave you the moment you leave it. It stays behind your eyes. It changes the taste of your memories. He thought of Tiresias' warning. The cattle, the home filled with men, the future journey inland with an oar. He thought of his mother, the arms closing on air. He thought of Achilles' words. Better to be alive, even poor, even small. Better to breathe. And in Alcinous's hall, Odysseus's voice grows softer as he finishes this part. After the underworld, he says, I stopped believing in simple luck. I started believing only in choices. The dead showed me that everything becomes a consequence eventually. He lifts his gaze. And then, he says, we sailed toward the song. Odysseus tells Alcinous's people that after the underworld, the living world feels almost too loud. Even on Circe's island with its soft beds and steady firelight, he kept hearing the thin, dry murmur of shades. The dead had spoken to him. They had told him what would happen. And when the dead give you a warning, it does not sit in the mind like advice. It sits like a verdict. So when Circe finished her instructions, Sirens, Scylla, Charybdis, the cattle of Helios, Odysseus did not pretend he felt ready. He felt only obligated. The crew prepared the ship again. They checked the seams. They packed water. They hauled provisions. They tightened ropes. Small actions that help men feel as if they have power. Circe walked down to the shore with them. Odysseus says her presence near the water looked strange. In her house, she felt like the center of everything. Near the ship, she felt like someone letting go. She spoke to Odysseus one last time, not with flirtation, not with threat, with clarity. She reminded him that some dangers cannot be fought. They can only be endured. Then she sent them off with a wind. A clean wind, like a door opening. Odysseus says the sea, for a while, behaved. The ship cut forward. The men rowed. And the movement itself felt like relief. Because no matter how dangerous the next thing is, motion feels better than waiting. Before long, Odysseus knew they were approaching the first test. Not a cliff. Not a monster with teeth. A voice. He gathered his men on deck and told them about the Sirens. He did not decorate the warning. He did not make it poetic. He told them what mattered. There would be an island. There would be singing. If you listen, you will want to stop. If you stop, you will die. Then he gave them instructions. Circe had given him a great block of beeswax. Odysseus broke it apart. He warmed each piece in his hands until it softened. He handed it down the line. Each man took wax and pressed it into his ears. Not lightly. Firmly. Sealing the ears opening as if sealing a jar. Odysseus says the deck became strangely quiet when the wax went in. Men began speaking louder without realizing it. They laughed and didn't hear their own laughter. They looked at one another with the slightly panicked expression of people who have removed one of their senses. Then Odysseus gave them the second instruction. They would tie him to the mast. Not loosely. Not in a way that could be undone with one quick tug. They would bind him with rope like a man being punished. And no matter what he said while the sirens sang, they were not to untie him. Not if he begged. Not if he ordered. Not if he promised. Odysseus says he saw fear in their faces. Not fear of the sirens. Fear of their own captain's request. Because asking to be tied down is admitting you do not trust yourself. But Odysseus wanted to hear. He admits it without pride. He says he wanted to know what the sirens promised. He wanted to hear a thing so powerful it could peel men off their duty. He wanted to measure it. To prove to himself that he could touch temptation and still keep moving. So they tied him. The rope bit into his wrists. It crossed his chest. It circled his waist. They pulled it tight until he could feel his breathing shorten. Then the men took their places. Oars dipped. Water parted. The ship moved toward the island. At first, Odysseus says, there was nothing. Just sea. Just wind. Just the ordinary rhythm of travel. Then the singing began. Not as a shout. As something that rose smoothly into the air, like mist. It did not sound like one voice. It sounded like knowing. Odysseus says it went straight through him. Not in the ears only. In the chest. In the throat. In the part of the mind that reaches toward memories. The siren song did not promise him gold. It promised him stories. It promised him the pain of Troy turned into music. It promised him knowledge. It promised him that there was nothing worth enduring that could not be explained if he only stopped long enough to listen. And Odysseus, who has carried war inside him for years, felt the hook. Because the song knew the shape of him. It praised him as wise. It called him by name. It offered him the sweetest bribe a suffering man can be offered. Understanding. Odysseus says his body strained against the ropes. He forgot for a moment the rule. He forgot that the island was ringed with bones. He forgot that knowing is sometimes just another word for staying. He shouted, not calmly. With the desperation of a man who believes he has found the one answer that will make everything make sense. He ordered the men to turn, to row closer, to bring him to shore. The men did not respond. Their eyes stayed forward. Their hands stayed on the oars. They could not hear his voice. They could only see his face, and the sight of their captain fighting his own ropes frightened them. Still, they kept rowing. Odysseus says he began to signal. He made gestures. He thrashed. He tried to communicate the command with his body. And the crew, understanding the instruction they had been given, did the one cruel kindness that saved them. They tightened the rope. They bound him more firmly. They rowed harder. The ship slid past the island. The singing followed. It grew sharper, more urgent, like a hand trying to grab a sleeve as you walk away. Then, suddenly, it faded. The air became ordinary again. The sea returned to being just sea. Odysseus sagged against the mast, sweat cooling on his skin. The men looked at him, waiting for him to become himself again. He nodded. And only then did they loosen the rope. Only then did they pull the wax from their ears. Sound rushed back in like water. The creak of wood. The splash of oars. The wind's hiss. Odysseus tells Alcinous's hall that in that moment he understood something unpleasant. The Sirens' song was not only beautiful, it was targeted. It did not lure men with one universal promise. It lured each man with his own weakness. And Odysseus, who prides himself on being hard to fool, had been fooled simply by being addressed correctly. He does not dwell on shame. There is no time. Because the next danger was not a song. It was a narrow strait. Circe had warned him. And this time, Odysseus admits, he made a choice that still sits in his mouth like bitter herbs. He did not tell the men everything. He told them there would be rocks. He told them there would be rough water. He told them to row hard. He did not tell them about Scylla. He did not tell them that a creature waited above. He did not want panic to stiffen their arms. He did not want men to freeze and stare when what they needed was motion. So he kept the worst part in his own head. Odysseus says the strait looked like a place the world forgot to finish. Two cliffs facing one another. Close enough that you feel the pressure of stone. On one side, a high rock with a dark cave. On the other, a lower cliff with a fig tree growing above a stretch of sea that churned strangely. The water there did not behave. It moved as if something beneath it inhaled, then exhaled. Charybdis, a maw in the sea, a swallowing. A violent cycle of taking and throwing back. Odysseus says the men leaned, staring. Because even without knowing the name, they could sense the threat. The water darkened. It pulled inward. It spun. The ship trembled as it approached, as if wood itself knew it was too close to being undone. Odysseus forced his gaze away. He kept them nearer the opposite cliff, nearer the cave, because Circe had been clear. If you get too close to Charybdis, you lose everyone. Better to risk Scylla. Better to lose some. Odysseus grips his cup in Alcinous's hall when he says that, because he knows how it sounds. A leader choosing men to die. But the sea does not always offer choices that feel clean. Sometimes it offers only arithmetic. The ship slid forward. The men rowed. The water near Charybdis sucked down, revealing a black, muddy depth that made the crew's faces go pale. They stared. They hesitated. Their bodies wanted to stop and watch the danger, and that hesitation brought them closer to the other cliff, closer to the cave, closer to Scylla's reach. Odysseus says he put on armor, not because armor can stop a monster's mouth, because a man wants to feel prepared. He stood on deck with spear and sword, looking up. He expected something to emerge. A head. A body. A warning. But Scylla does not announce. Scylla strikes. The first sign was not sight. It was sound. A barking yelp. Not like a dog on shore. Like a dog trapped in stone. Then the heads shot down. 6 of them. Fast. Precise. Each one a mouth. Each one selecting. Odysseus says the creature snatched 6 men from the deck. Not random men. His best. The strongest arms. The quickest hands. Men he would have chosen to stand beside him in any fight. And they were gone in a blink. Their feet kicked in the air. Their hands reached down. They screamed his name. Odysseus's. They called him the way drowning men call ashore. Odysseus says he watched them lifted up. He watched their bodies disappear into the cave's shadow. He heard bones crack like branches. He says it was worse than the Cyclops. Not because the violence was greater. Because there was no conversation. No chance to beg. No time to do anything except witness. The ship kept moving. The men rowed in terrified silence. Charybdis roared behind them, spitting water back out. Scylla's cave fell away, and the strait released them. Odysseus says that when open sea returned, he felt a strange, guilty relief, as if surviving counted as comfort. The crew did not speak much after that. They did not ask what had happened above. They had seen enough. And Odysseus did not volunteer the explanation. He carried it. He carried the knowledge that he had chosen a cliff over a whirlpool. And 6 men had paid for his decision. When the next island appeared, the men begged to land. Not for pleasure, for steadiness. The sea had become too full of mouths. They wanted ground that did not move. Odysseus recognized the island. Thrinacia. Even if he had never seen it before, he recognized it from Tiresias' words, from Circe's warning, from the way the air felt brighter, almost too bright, as if the sun watched that place with extra attention. This was Helios's. The island of the sun's cattle. Odysseus says he argued. He told the men they must not land. He told them the danger here was not a monster. It was a boundary, a sacred line. But the men were worn thin. They were hungry. They were angry. And after Scylla, they were the kind of scared that wants to do something, anything, even if it is wrong. Eurylochus spoke. He said they would die on the sea if they kept pushing. He said it was better to take a controlled risk than to keep drifting toward unknown horrors. Odysseus says the argument ended the way many arguments end at sea, with exhaustion. With the leader giving in not because he believes it is right, but because he cannot keep the crew together if he refuses. So they landed. But Odysseus made them swear. He gathered the men around him and demanded an oath. If we see cattle, he said, we do not touch them. If we see sheep, we do not touch them. We eat what we have. We leave as soon as we can. The men swore. Hands lifted. Words spoken. Promises made because men often believe that saying a thing out loud is the same as being able to keep it. At first, they followed the rule. They stayed near the shore. They hunted smaller game. They rationed what Circe had provided. Odysseus says the cattle grazed inland like a quiet insult. 7 herds of oxen. 7 flocks of sheep. Each herd counted. Each animal strong, wide-browed, shining in the sun. They looked immortal. Not because they were glowing. Because they moved with the calm of things that do not fear being taken. Watching them made hunger feel personal. Then the weather changed. A wind began. Not a storm that breaks ships. A steady, holding wind. a wind that made the sea rough enough to punish departure. Days passed. The ship stayed beached. Food thinned. Men's stomachs began to ache. The conversation on shore turned sour. It became accounting. How much grain left? How much dried meat? How long can we last? Odysseus says that as the supplies dwindled, the men began looking inland more often. Not openly, with quick glances, with eyes that lingered too long on the cattle's slow, peaceful bodies. Odysseus tried to keep the crew busy. He tried to keep them fishing. He tried to keep them focused on leaving. But hunger is a kind of argument that never stops talking. Eventually, Odysseus did something desperate. He walked away from the camp. He went inland alone. He prayed. Not a polished prayer. A plea. He asked the gods to release the wind. He asked for mercy. He asked for any path that did not involve breaking an oath. And Odysseus admits something in Alcinous's hall that makes his face tighten. He fell asleep. Not because he wanted to. Because the body will take its shutdown when it can. While he slept, the crew made their choice. Eurylochus gathered them. He spoke the way men speak when they have already decided and now want to feel justified. He said death comes in many forms. He said hunger is one of the worst. He said it would be better to kill the cattle and offer sacrifice than to waste away on an island. He said they could repay Helios later with temples and gifts. He made sacrilege sound like a loan. Odysseus was not there to stop them. The men drove the best cattle down. They slaughtered them. They built fires. They roasted meat. And to make the act feel less like theft, they spoke prayers over it. They promised the gods they were sorry. They promised the gods they would make it right. Odysseus wakes and smells cooking. He returns to camp and sees the meat, sees the hides, sees the bones, and he knows instantly that the underworld has followed him, because a warning ignored does not disappear. It becomes consequence. Odysseus says he shouted. He cursed. He demanded to know who did it, as if the smell itself did not already answer. Eurylochus met his anger with the hard stare of a man who is hungry enough to stop apologizing. It's done, Eurylochus said. We either eat and live, or refuse and die. Odysseus says he wanted to strike him. He wanted to force the men to throw the meat away. But the cattle were already dead. The damage was already made. All he could do now was wait for the bill. And the bill began arriving immediately. Odysseus tells the Phaeacians how the island itself reacted. Not with lightning, with signs. The hides, he says, crawled, as if the skins remembered the animals' bodies and tried to become them again. The meat on the spits made sounds, not the crackle of fat. A lowing, a muffled bellow, as if the cattle's voices were trapped in the flesh. The men laughed nervously at first. Then they stopped laughing. Because when food makes the sound of the thing you killed, it is hard to keep pretending it is ordinary dinner. For 6 days they ate, not because they were proud. Because once the line is crossed, men often keep walking forward just to avoid looking back. On the 7th day, the wind shifted. The sea calmed. It was as if the world said, "Fine, go." Odysseus's men took the shift as mercy. Odysseus took it as timing. They launched the ship. They hoisted sail. They pushed away from Thrinacia's shore. Odysseus says he watched the island recede and felt no relief, only dread, because the gods are patient. They do not always punish in the moment. Sometimes they wait until you think you are safe. They waited until land was out of sight. Then the sky darkened. Clouds rolled in like bruises. The wind became violent. Not the wind that held them on the island. A storm wind, a tearing wind. Waves rose. The mast groaned. The ship bucked like an animal trying to throw its riders. Odysseus says he recognized the feel of divine anger, not because lightning has a special smell, because the storm felt purposeful, like a hand. He shouted orders. The men scrambled. They fought ropes. They tried to keep the sail from ripping. Then Zeus struck. A thunderbolt hit the ship. Not nearby. Not into the sea. Into the wood. The hull shuddered. The mast cracked. The deck exploded into splinters. Odysseus says the sound was so loud it wiped thought clean from his head. For a moment, there was only white heat and noise. Then there was water. Men in the water. Men screaming. Men disappearing beneath waves. Odysseus tells Alcinous's hall that none of his men survived. Not one. The sea took them. The storm finished what the oath-breaking began. Odysseus himself survived only because wreckage floated. He grabbed the mast. He grabbed the keel. He lashed pieces together with rope. Not a raft built with care. A bundle of wood held together by refusal. The storm drove him, and as the night and day blurred, Odysseus realized where the current was carrying him. Back. Toward the strait. Toward Charybdis. Odysseus says he saw the water begin to pull inward again. He heard the deep roar. He watched the whirlpool open like a mouth. His makeshift raft was dragged toward it. He tried to paddle away with his hands. He tried to angle the wreckage. But the sea, once it decides, does not negotiate. The raft was swallowed. Wood spun. Water crashed over him. Odysseus says he did the only thing left. He leapt. Not toward safety. Toward a fig tree that grew above the whirlpool. He caught its branches. His arms burned. His fingers cramped. He hung there like a man hanging from the edge of the world. Below him, Charybdis sucked down black water. The roar rose into his bones. Odysseus says it felt like listening to the underworld breathe. He could not climb higher. The tree was not built for a man's weight. He could not drop. The whirlpool would take him, so he waited. And the waiting, he says, was its own torture. Because you learn quickly that fear has different flavors. Some fear is fast. Some fear is slow. This was slow fear. This was hanging and listening to water, knowing you are alive only because your hands have not slipped yet. After a long stretch of time, long enough that his arms began to tremble uncontrollably, Charybdis released what she had taken. Water surged upward. The whirlpool spat. And with the water came debris. Planks. Beams. The same pieces of wreckage she had swallowed. Odysseus watched them burst upward like bones from a grave. And there, among the debris, was the raft again, or what was left of it. Odysseus waited until the pull eased. Then he dropped. He hit the water hard. He kicked. He swam for the floating wood. He hauled himself onto it, gasping. And he paddled away as fast as a half-dead man can. He did not look back. He did not thank the fig tree. He simply moved. For days, Odysseus drifted. No crew, no ship, no oars. Just a man on broken wood, pushed by currents he could not command. He drank rain when it came. He chewed sea spray. He watched the sky for signs. Sometimes he thought he saw birds and believed land must be near. Sometimes he saw nothing and believed he would die. Then, finally, he saw a shoreline. An island, green, rocky, quiet. Odysseus crawled onto the sand like a man being born again, angry, exhausted, and not fully sure why life insisted on continuing. This was Ogygia, Calypso's island. Odysseus says that at first he did not know whose land it was. He only knew that the trees offered shade, that there was fresh water, that the air smelled like flowers instead of salt. He lay there and listened to his own breathing. Then he heard singing. Not the sirens, not sharp and hungry, something softer, something steady. A voice moving through a cave like water through stone. Calypso appeared. Odysseus does not describe her like a monster. He describes her like a force of nature that has chosen a beautiful shape. A nymph. Radiant. Self-contained. The kind of presence that makes a man understand why gods create temptations. Calypso took him in. She fed him. She washed the salt from him. She clothed him. She offered him a bed. She offered him a life. And this, Odysseus says, is where the story becomes quiet in a different way. Because Calypso's danger was not teeth. It was comfort. It was the offer of forgetting pain by living inside someone else's shelter. Calypso wanted him to stay, not as a guest for a night, as a permanent thing. She promised him ease. She promised him pleasure. She promised him, if he would accept it, a life that could stretch beyond ordinary human years. Odysseus says he did not pretend the offer meant nothing. A man who has lost every ship and every companion is a man whose soul is tired. A warm island and a powerful lover can feel like mercy. But Odysseus's mind kept turning toward Ithaca, toward Penelope, toward Telemachus, toward the house that was slowly being eaten from the inside. So on Ogygia, Odysseus lived a strange two-part life. In Calypso's cave, he ate and slept. He listened to her singing. He spoke. He was treated as if he mattered. But every day, Odysseus says, he went down to the shore. He sat where the waves came in, and he stared out at the horizon until his eyes ached. He wept, not loudly, quietly, the kind of weeping that does not ask for comfort, only release. He tells Alcinous's hall that this was the cruelest form of captivity he had known. Not chains, not a cave sealed by stone, a beautiful place where leaving would mean returning to suffering. And still he wanted to leave. He wanted home. Odysseus pauses here, as if hearing again the underworld's voices. He looks at Alcinous's people. And that, he says, is how I became the last man from Troy's ship still breathing. The sea took my crew, the gods took their due, and I washed up in a place that offered me everything except the one thing I wanted. He lowers his gaze. I stayed there longer than I can bear to count, he says, not because I forgot Ithaca, because even a captive in a soft prison is still a captive. The hall is silent. The fire pops. Odysseus breathes. And he prepares to tell them how, after all that, the gods finally moved again. Odysseus says that Calypso's island is beautiful in the way a dream can be beautiful. Everything on Ogygia is arranged to make you forget the world's rough edges. The trees are always heavy with fruit. The springs run clear. The air smells like flowers even after rain. And the cave where Calypso lives glows with a steady fire, as if warmth is simply the island's natural state. But Odysseus says beauty can become a kind of pressure, because a beautiful place that will not let you leave is still a cage. So when Hermes arrived, bright as a knife of sunlight, light on his feet, carrying Zeus's message like it weighed nothing, Odysseus felt the world tilt. Not with joy, with suspicion. Because a man who has been delayed by gods learns not to trust sudden mercy. Calypso received Hermes as custom demands. She offered food. She offered a seat. She offered the ritual shape of hospitality. Then Hermes delivered the command. Odysseus must go. The long holding pattern is over. The god's decision has been made. Odysseus says Calypso's face tightened, not with surprise. She had known this day would come, but knowing does not make losing easier. She protested, not because she expected Hermes to change his mind, because even a goddess wants to say aloud that the world's rules feel uneven. She spoke of how male gods take mortal women and face no shame. How goddesses, when they love mortals, are told to let them go. Hermes listened without argument. He is not sent to debate. He is sent to deliver. And so Calypso turned to Odysseus and told him he was free. Odysseus did not leap up. He did not cheer. He asked one practical question, the way someone asks about a bridge after hearing a river is finally passable. How? Calypso answered. She would help him build a raft. She would give him supplies, but she would not escort him. That part matters. Because even in mercy, the gods' gifts are shaped. They open a door. They do not carry you through it. Odysseus says he still hesitated. Not because he wanted to stay, because he feared a trick. He feared Calypso's kindness could be another kind of net. But Calypso swore. She swore by the gods' great oath. She promised she would not harm him. And Odysseus, who has learned to read people and gods with the same careful eye, decided to accept. They went to the forest. Calypso showed him trees fit for the sea. Straight trunks. Clean grain. Wood that would not split too easily. Odysseus cut. He shaped. He lashed. He worked like a man who has been in shipyards and battle camps and knows that survival is often carpentry. Calypso brought him tools. She brought him cloth for a sail. She brought him rope. She brought him food, bread, wine, dried provisions, packed carefully, like a mother preparing a child for a long road. Odysseus says something strange happened while they worked. Calypso did not rage. She did not sabotage. She watched him build the raft with a quiet intensity, as if she wanted to memorize the shape of his leaving. When it was done, the raft sat on the water like a promise that might break. Odysseus stepped onto it. He took the oar. He checked the lashings again. He did what sailors always do. He touched every knot with his fingertips, as if touch could guarantee strength. Calypso stood on the shore. She offered one last thing. Not a command. A choice. Stay, she said, and I will make you ageless. I will make you live beyond the normal human end. I will give you ease. Odysseus says he looked at her and felt the pull. Not because he wanted to betray Ithaca, because part of him was tired enough to want to stop carrying weight. But he also saw something else. He saw that staying would not be peace. It would be forgetting. And he knew himself. He would not become happy by becoming numb. So he answered plainly. He wanted home. He wanted Penelope. He wanted Telemachus. He wanted Ithaca's rocky soil and sharp wind. Calypso did not smile, but she did not curse him. She turned away. And that, Odysseus says, was her last kindness, because watching someone leave can feel like being cut in half. He pushed off. The raft moved. The island shrank. The sea opened. For a while, the journey felt possible. The sun rose and set. The stars came out. Odysseus steered by them. He ate sparingly. He slept in shallow, careful turns. He watched the horizon the way a starving man watches a pot, willing it to boil. Then, on one of those days, Poseidon saw him. Odysseus says it is hard to explain what it means to be noticed by a god. The sea does not simply get rough. The whole world seems to lean. Poseidon's anger came like a weather change that felt personal. Clouds rolled in. Winds snapped. Waves rose high enough to make the raft's smallness feel humiliating. The mast bent. The sail tore. The lashings strained. Odysseus fought. He bailed water. He retied rope. He tried to keep the raft's nose angled into the worst of the waves. But the storm did not want him to endure. It wanted him to break. And it almost succeeded. A wave struck. Wood cracked. The raft split. Odysseus went into the sea. Cold water closed over his head. His mouth filled with salt. His arms flailed for anything solid. And then, another kind of mercy. A sea goddess's. Leucothea. She rose and offered him a veil, a strip of cloth that would keep him afloat if he trusted it. Odysseus says he hesitated again, because every gift has taught him to be cautious. But the wave's next blow convinced him. He wrapped the veil around himself. He let the broken raft go. And he swam. Not heroically. Not cleanly. Like a man who refuses to die because dying would feel like letting the gods' anger win. He swam for days. He was thrown against waves. He was scraped by foam and salt. At last he saw land. Not Ithaca. Another island. Scheria, the Phaeacians' home. Odysseus says the shoreline was rough with rocks. The sea smashed against it. It tried to deny him landing. But Odysseus found a river mouth. He fought toward it. He crawled ashore. And he collapsed in the bushes like a man emptied out. There, on cold earth, he slept. Sleep that is not comfort. Sleep that is shut down. And when he woke to the sound of laughter. Girls at the river. Nausicaa. A princess's voice among them. Odysseus tells Alcinous's hall that he rose carefully. He did not want to frighten them. He covered himself with leaves. He stepped out like an animal that has learned to approach humans slowly. Nausicaa did not run. Her maids shrieked and scattered, but Nausicaa held. Athena had given her courage. Odysseus asked for help, not demanding, asking. He praised her. He compared her to a young goddess. He did what he always does when he needs someone. He spoke in a way that makes them want to be generous. Nausicaa gave him clothing. She gave him food. She gave him directions to the palace. And she gave him something subtler, a plan. Because in a new land, you cannot stride in and claim anything. You must approach the center carefully. Odysseus followed the plan. He went to Alcinous's hall. He clasped the queen's knees. He asked for safe passage. The Phaeacians listened. They fed him. They honored him. They asked his name. And Odysseus, after so long being chased and trapped, finally told his story. He told them of Troy, of the Cyclops, of Circe, of the underworld, of the Sirens, of Scylla and Charybdis, of Helios's cattle, of his men dying one by one. And as he spoke, the hall grew quiet, because stories like that make even comfortable people feel the world's sharpness. Alcinous agreed to help. The Phaeacians prepared a ship. They loaded gifts, gold, clothing, fine things meant to honor a guest. And then they did the strange kindness that still moves through Odysseus's voice as he tells it. They put him on board. They laid him down. They let him sleep. And while he slept, the ship moved like a thought. Fast. Smooth. Home. Odysseus says he did not feel the moment of arrival. He woke on Ithaca's shore with sand under him and gifts piled beside him. The waves made their familiar sound. The air smelled like his own island. But at first he did not trust it. Because returning after so long can feel unreal. Athena appeared, not in shining armor, in a disguise. She spoke to him and tested him, the way gods do when they want to see if a human has stayed sharp. Odysseus lied at first, out of habit. He invented a story. He acted as if this shore was unknown. Athena laughed. Not cruelly, with a kind of pride. She revealed herself. And Odysseus, seeing her, felt the strange relief of recognizing a force that has been shaping his life all along. Athena told him the truth. The suitors are still in his house. Penelope is still holding them off. Telemachus is still alive. But the situation is ripe, if Odysseus acts carefully. If Odysseus acts now, then the homecoming can become a taking back. She hid his gifts in a cave. She aged his face. She bent his back. She turned his skin rough. She dressed him in rags. Odysseus became a beggar, and in that disguise he stepped onto his own island like a stranger. His first stop was not the palace. It was Eumaeus's hut, the swineherd, a faithful man at the edge of the estate. Odysseus says Eumaeus received him as if he were any traveler. He offered food. He offered a seat by the fire. He spoke kindly, even though he had little. That detail matters. Because the Odyssey's world has a hard rule. A household's honor can be measured by how it treats the lowest person at its doorway. Eumaeus did not know the beggar was his king, but he treated him like a human. Odysseus tested him. He asked questions. He spoke of Odysseus as if he were a distant rumor. He watched Eumaeus's face, and Eumaeus grieved, not performatively, genuinely. He spoke of his master's kindness, of how the suitors had made the palace filthy with arrogance, of how Telemachus was in danger, of how Penelope waited. Odysseus sat by the fire and listened to his own life described by another man. It felt strange, like hearing your name spoken in a room you are not supposed to be in. Then Telemachus returned. He came back from his search. From Pylos. From Sparta. He came home with more maturity and more danger clinging to him. Athena guided him. She steered him away from the suitor's ambush. She brought him to Eumaeus's hut. And there, in that small space at the edge of the kingdom, father and son finally stood close. At first, Telemachus did not recognize the beggar. Why would he? 20 years changes a face. Hardship changes it more. But Athena lifted the disguise. Just for a moment. Odysseus straightened. His shoulders broadened. The old man's mask fell away. And Telemachus, seeing him, did not leap like a child. He froze. Because the mind does not accept miracles quickly. Then he began to shake. And Odysseus held him. Father's arms around son's back. Two men clinging to the same truth. Odysseus says they wept. Not delicate tears. The kind of weeping that comes when years of fear finally find a door. Then they began to plan. Because the Odyssey is not only a story of travel, it is a story of timing. Odysseus and Telemachus decided on secrecy, on patience, on shaping the moment. They would hide weapons. They would test loyalties. They would let the suitors underestimate them. And when the time came, they would strike fast. Athena helped. She moved through the palace in disguised forms. She steadied Penelope. She confused the suitors. She tilted small moments, not by rewriting fate, by nudging human choices. Odysseus went to the palace as a beggar. The suitors mocked him. They threw scraps. They laughed. They treated him like a toy to be kicked. Odysseus endured, because endurance is also strategy. He watched them. He watched which men were cruelest. He watched which servants served them too eagerly. He watched who still held on to the old household's honor. At the threshold, Argos lay, the old dog, once a hunter, now a pile of bones and fur on dung. Odysseus says Argos lifted his head. His ears flattened. His tail thumped weakly. The dog recognized him. And Odysseus, who has held his tears against monsters and gods, felt them rise for this small recognition. Because a dog's loyalty is simple. It does not bargain. It does not wait for proof. Argos looked at him, and having done his final duty, let go of life. Odysseus says he kept walking. He did not stop. He did not touch the dog, because in that palace, showing softness could become a danger. But inside, something cracked. Later, Penelope spoke with the beggar. She did not recognize him, but she felt something. A familiarity she could not name. Odysseus lied to her, not to hurt her, to protect the plan. He told her he had met Odysseus once. He described clothing. He described details only a true witness would know. Penelope listened, and her eyes grew wet. Because the mind grabs at any thread that might lead back to the missing. That night, Penelope ordered that the beggar's feet be washed. Euryclea came, the old nurse. She filled a basin. She knelt. She touched the stranger's foot, and her fingers found the scar. A boar's mark from long ago, a memory written into flesh. Euryclea's breath caught. Her hands trembled. The basin tipped. Water spilled. And in that clatter, recognition tried to shout. Odysseus clamped it down. He gripped her. He warned her. Not with cruelty, with urgency. Silence. Not yet. Euryclea swallowed the truth like someone swallowing a sob. She kept the secret, and Odysseus, lying awake later, felt the plan tighten around him. Because secrets create pressure, and pressure always seeks release. The next day, Penelope announced the contest. She brought out Odysseus's bow, the great bow that has waited in storage like a sleeping animal. She set up 12 axes. She lined them so that their holes formed a narrow tunnel. Then she spoke. The man who can string the bow and send an arrow through all 12, she said, will be her husband. Odysseus says the suitors' faces lit with confidence, because arrogance makes men believe their hands can do anything. One by one, they tried. They pulled. They strained. They warmed the bow. They greased it. They tried again. Their hands slipped. Their arms shook. The bow did not bend. Telemachus tried too, not because he wanted his mother's remarriage, because he wanted to prove something to himself. He almost managed. Almost. Odysseus signaled him to stop, because the moment was not Telemachus's. It was Odysseus's. Finally, the beggar asked for a turn. The suitors laughed. They jeered. They called it entertainment. Penelope, to her credit, allowed it, because she still held on to a sense of fairness. Because she was tired of these men thinking they controlled every rule. Odysseus took the bow. He held it as if he remembered its weight. Because he did. He tested the string. He examined the wood. He did not rush. He did not perform fear. He simply did what he had done in older days. He strung it, smoothly. The bow's curve tightened with a sound that made the room go still. A clean note. like a lyre's string plucked once. Odysseus set the arrow. He aimed. He released. The arrow flew through the axe's line. 12. Straight. Impossible. The hall's silence deepened, because the air itself recognized what the suitors refused to see. Then Odysseus spoke. He revealed himself. He stood taller. The rags fell away in meaning, even if they stayed on his body. And the suitors realized, too late, that the beggar they mocked was the owner of the house. Odysseus's first arrow struck Antinous, the cruelest, the loudest. The man who had acted most like the palace was already his. Odysseus tells it without dwelling on gore. He says only that Antinous fell. The cup dropped. Wine spilled. And the room's noise turned into chaos. The suitors shouted. They grabbed for weapons. But Odysseus and Telemachus had already hidden the arms. The walls that once held trophies now held emptiness. Eumaeus and Philoetius were there. The loyal swineherd and the loyal cowherd. They blocked exits. They held the doors. They stood like pillars on either side of Odysseus's plan. The suitors tried to bargain. They offered repayment. They offered gifts. They offered promises. But Odysseus says some debts cannot be repaid with gold. Some debts are paid only in ending. A fight broke out. Arrows, spears, shouts, tables overturned. Odysseus moved through it with a cold focus. Not wild. Not drunk on vengeance. Like a man cleaning a house with fire because water will not do. Telemachus fought beside him. Not as a boy. As a son who has finally stepped into his own height. At one point, a traitor appeared. Melanthius. A servant who had sided with the suitors. He tried to fetch weapons for them, but the loyal men caught him. They bound him. They removed him from the fight like a poisonous thing being carried away. Odysseus says the hall eventually quieted. Not with peace. With the heavy stillness that follows too much shouting. The suitors lay dead. The air smelled of smoke and sweat. Dust floated in beams of light. Odysseus stood among the wreckage of his own home and felt something strange. Not triumph. Completion. Like a knot pulled tight at last. But the work was not done. Because a household is not only walls. It is people. Odysseus called Euryclea. He told her to bring fire. He told her to cleanse the hall. Not just physically. Symbolically. He told her to bring the disloyal maids. The ones who had mocked him. The ones who had served the suitors too gladly. And punishment came. Odysseus speaks of it without lingering. He does not turn it into spectacle. He says only that betrayal has a cost in a world where survival depends on loyalty. When it was done, the palace felt hollow, as if it had exhaled something rotten. Euryclea ran upstairs. She woke Penelope. She told her the impossible thing. Odysseus is home. He has killed the suitors. The house is his again. Penelope did not leap up. Not at first. Because her heart has had to protect itself. She has lived too long inside uncertainty to let joy rush in untested. She came down. She saw Odysseus. And she stood. Quiet. Watching. Odysseus felt anger flash. Not because he wanted praise. Because he wanted relief. He wanted his wife's arms. He wanted the story to end with embracing. But Penelope was not a woman who survived 20 years by being easily convinced. She asked questions. She watched how he stood, how he spoke, how he looked at the room. Then she set the test. She told Euryclea to move the bed, to bring it out of the chamber, to make a place for the stranger. Odysseus reacted, not with polite confusion, with outrage. Because that bed is not just furniture. It is a secret. Odysseus built it from a living olive tree. He carved it. He shaped it. He built the chamber around it. The bed cannot be moved unless someone has cut the tree. And if someone has cut the tree, then the home itself has been altered beyond recognition. Odysseus's voice cracked as he spoke. Penelope watched. And in that crack, she heard what she needed. Not anger. Intimacy. The kind of knowledge no stranger could invent. Penelope's finally crossed the space between them. She touched him. She held his face. She wept. And Odysseus says the embrace felt like stepping onto solid ground after years of waves. Athena stretched the night. She held dawn back. Because even gods understand that some reunions deserve time. But the island's story still had one more knot to tighten. Odysseus went to Laertes' farm, his father. Old Laertes, worn by grief and age, living away from the palace like a man who no longer wants to see what has happened to his home. Odysseus approached him carefully, not because he feared rejection, because he feared breaking an old man's fragile balance. At first, he tested him. He spoke as a stranger. He watched Laertes' face. He watched the way grief has carved channels. Then he revealed himself. And Laertes, hearing his son's voice, began to shake. He touched him. He cried. He asked the same question all waiting people ask when the waited-for finally arrives. "Is it really you?" Odysseus answered, "Yes." And the yes carried years. Soon news spread. The suitors' families heard. Fathers, brothers, uncles. Men who loved the dead boys, even if those boys had been cruel. They gathered. Anger lit them. They marched toward Laertes' farm. Because blood calls for blood. Odysseus prepared. Telemachus stood with him. Laertes took up weapons again, old hands remembering old weight. They faced the oncoming crowd, and the island for a moment looked ready to split into civil war. Laertes struck down Eupithes, Antinous' father, a spear thrown with the last strength of a grieving, furious old man. And then, before the fighting could become endless, Athena came. She appeared in a form the men could bear. She called out. She demanded peace. "Zeus will," she said. "Enough." The men froze. Some dropped weapons. Some felt their anger drain into confusion. Because when a goddess speaks directly, even proud men remember they are small. And so the violence stopped. Not because every heart healed. Because the gods' command drew a line. The feud was ended. The island turned back toward order. Odysseus says that peace did not feel like celebration. It felt like breath. Like a household after a storm, with doors repaired and floors swept, trying to remember how normal life sounds. He returned to the palace. He sat in his own hall. He ate in his own seat. He looked at Penelope across the fire. He listened to Ithaca's night noises. And for the first time in years, the sound of waves outside did not feel like a threat. It felt like the island's heartbeat. Odysseus lifts his cup in Alcinous's hall. He looks at the Phaeacians. Home, he says, is not a place that waits unchanged. It is a place you must return to again and again until it becomes yours once more. Then his voice softens. And when I finally slept in Ithaca's bed, our bed, rooted deep, I understood that all the sea's miles were not the hardest part. The hardest part was holding on to the idea of home long enough to reach it. The fire crackles. The hall breathes. And Odysseus's story, at last, settles into quiet. If you want more slow journeys through history and myth, you can gently like the video, subscribe, and let another story play when you're ready. For now, breathe easy. You made it home.